There are a lot of challenges that we have. And then when you look at the youth of 1976, they were denied schooling and educational opportunities. But now we have those skills, but we are told that those skills are not responsive to the labor market. So even when we solve the challenges of the day, we end up having problems in terms of the goalposts that keep on changing. So we need to find a way of linking all those things. And then one other big challenge that we know about is that we have a lot of young people that have stopped looking for jobs, not because they don't want to find jobs, but because it is emotionally, mentally, financially, and otherwise, and even physically taxing to look for a job. So, oh, I clocked it there, right? Okay. If we move forward, yes, thank you. So we have this challenge that we have, we know all these problems. So what are we doing about them? What are we addressing the issue? How are we addressing the issue of young people, the mental health, the physical health, making it cheaper for young people to look for jobs and to be employed? We have dealt with a part of the employability part, but how do we get them into those positions? So, in terms of the department, what we are known for, that most people know us for, you know us for inspections, that we have to go around looking for people that are not what do you call this they're not complying with the Occupational Health and Safety Act. They're not complying with the issues related to um, inspection. What is it? Labor migration or immigration. That's the favorite one these days. But we are also responsible for job creation or facilitation. We have the policy mandate to make sure that you guys have an environment that allows you to be employable and to be employed in a safe working environment. The South African Constitution is only one of three constitutions in the world that have fair labor practices as a constitutional right. Only three. And that means that it is not just a nice thing to have or a nice thing to do for you to be able to find a job, but not only find a job, but also find a job that gives you a living wage, that gives you a safe working environment, and that allows you to, as we say in the preamble of the Constitution, allows you to live up to your potential. And that's one of the things that most people do not understand and don't agree, that don't really deal with. So now, what are we doing as a department? And I apologize, I'm rushing a little bit because I have been called to have some other engagement, but I'll do justice to this one as well. The first one is that we have what we call the public employment services, and I'll explain what the Employment Services South Africa is and what those services are. We provide, if you are to go to our labor centers, you'll find qualified young South Africans that are psychologists, that are counselors, that will provide you with advice on how to develop your CVs, how to upload them on the ESSA or the Employment Services South Africa service or website. They will provide you psychometric assessment so that you can have a profile of what type of skills you're supposed to look for, or what type of job you're supposed to have, and how you clean your which other skills areas you're looking at. We'll also take that responsibility of verifying your qualifications, so that whenever companies upload job opportunities onto the system, they have young people that are qualified, that have been verified, that they can then also be linked with their positions. What most people don't even know is that private companies have then agreed to also upload opportunities on that ESSA. And we take that responsibility as a department to provide linkages between young people, job seekers, and companies. So please go to that website. I'll show you the website in a second. so that we can also see. We also do inspection and inspection services and enforcement, and that's where we look at the compliance with the employers on the Basic Conditions of Employment Act, the national minimum wage, the employee equity, occupational health and safety. We also try to find a way of assisting companies to comply. And most people ask, why do we have to comply with these regulations, with these laws? It's my company, I can pay whoever wants to work for me with whatever or whatever level. But there are three main things that I want to share. If we don't regulate, we don't enforce a level playing field, meaning that there will be someone that can come and pay 2 rand as a wage, but then it also means that they will be bidding a lower amount. So it means that even when they come to the issue of construction, for instance, you have seen a lot of buildings that are collapsing lately. It's because those people pay less. Our program director is in this field, so you would understand what I'm talking about. They pay less, they have lower costs, meaning that their work environment is unsafe. The building materials that they use less cement, less steel, and so forth. Then all of this collapse. Now, you might think that they won a bidding contract in a competitive manner, but it's because they are cutting corners somewhere. So we need to find that level fit so that we have good working environments and facilities as well as infrastructure. You cannot have a road that is built today and then tomorrow it's not there because a truck drove past and left with the road, and that's what's happening. We also have a lot of, please go back a little bit. We have UIF and compensation fund, and people don't understand what the difference between these things. With the UIF, it is an insurance fund that allows you to, if you lose a job, if you get pregnant, for those that want to be pregnant, unfortunately, it can only be females. You then get your benefits on all of that. If you become sick, if you, oh, why not men can't be pregnant? I don't know. I'll ask Trump. Um, but there are a lot of benefits that are coming from UIF. So when you are employed, you should insist that you must be registered on UIF, because when your contract ends, you then do qualify for benefits. On the compensation fund is actually a medical aid. If you get injured in a job or at work or in the work environment, it then allows you to make claims that are related to that. Now, if you move forward, there was a. Oh, I'm on. Oh, okay. You see, I wasn't told how much time I have. Okay, I'll move a little bit faster. 5 more minutes. I requested that you'll go to the ESSA system, and this is how the ESSA system looks like. You'll see at the bottom there is a link there. It allows you to upload your CVs and your profiles, and it also gives you access to a number of services that we have. And it gives you guidance on what type of job positions and opportunities are there. If you move to the next slide, you'll see that I've explained this part where we have 124 employment counselors that we have, but also what we call 9 principal psychologists across the country. Now, I want to concentrate on the next few slides. I think it's just 2 more, if I'm not mistaken, so that you can see what type of new things were processing. I don't think the guy who's moving my slides can see me. Oh, she's so nice. Good morning. Well, yeah, there we go. I can, and so we just have to say good morning. Okay, thanks. Oh, how are you? Her future, I know her future is bright. That 5 minutes gives a. All right, thank you so much. So I've explained what type of opportunities we have, what type of the system we use, and where you can get all of this information. And I hope that they can share this presentation with you so that you're able to see all of the things. The biggest part that most people don't know what we do is that we try to match you with specific job opportunities, but we can only do that if you are linked into that system. If you go to this part, now I'll spend some time on this slide, and I think this will be probably my last slide. What we are trying to do is to change the system, all of it. The first part is that we have heard that a number of you or young people, they do not have, they cannot graduate at TVETs because you do not, and even the universities of technologies, because you have completed the theoretical part, but when it comes to wheel or work integrated learning, you are unable to get that for a number of reasons. Okay, good. So we're confirming that. The first one is that you don't have the social capital to just call a friend and say, get me a job somewhere. The second one is, even if when you get that will part, because it's an unpaid learnership type of thing, you don't have money to go there. You don't have, because you can't afford to stay next to the companies or the workplaces and so forth. And it has resulted in about 39,000 young South Africans not being able to graduate, not because they haven't passed, but because they don't have access to will. Okay. So we're getting somewhere. So now what we have decided, the Department of Training has given us a database of 39,000 young South Africans from TVETs. And we are going to be announcing now with the minister, I think on the 1st of September, but also with departments. And you can hold us accountable for that. The second part is we are working on a project that will fund not only driver's licenses, but also machine licenses, scooters, forklifts, because some of the employers are saying, as a minimum requirement, you need to have a driver's license, even though you are sitting in an office somewhere. So maybe you're driving a computer. But those that don't need those driver's licenses, we are trying to work with them to remove that requirement. And then the last big thing that we're trying to introduce is what we call the job search and settlement, where we provide, as part of the 350 Rand grant, we add a little bit. If you are looking for a job, you should be given money to go to interviews, to have data, to deal with communications, but also for your first month when you are in a job before you get a salary, you should be able to get some sort of settlement, some assistance. So, so the minister will be announcing all of this on the 1st of September, and will also be providing a number of ways in which you can have access to those opportunities. And when they share this presentation with you, you can hold us accountable. I think this is going to be the last slide that I'm going to speak to. This just re-emphasizes the rest of the information. So the last quotation that I'm going to go, the last, okay, no, I'll leave it. May someone remove the the quotation. I wanted to leave you with the quotation that I like. But thank you so much.
Yes, please. Kibon Ngari, you might have questions. Am I right? Okay, so just for you, because I'm a young person who loves young people, and you guys are beautiful, we can take about 5 questions. So if you have questions for Mr. Mabunda here, you can just raise your hand so I can note the 5 if we have 5 questions. Okay, one at the back there, sir, with the white hat. Secondly, sir, here at the front. So we have 2 questions so far. Third one at the back, sir, there. Fourth one here, my lady. And okay, those are the only four questions we're going to take for this round. We can go by the order from here as we move to the back. Over to you, my say here.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning. What you said about the funding for machinery and stuff, I just like to ask you to give me the website with the link. Just thingy that is all from my side, and I will be holding you accountable for it. Trust me.
Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I have just one question, sir, about ecoida. Let's say because Tina we're from NPOs and then an employee injured themselves by not taking AMA precautions. Will they receive the aid or is just
Thank you so much. A round of applause.
Um, Good morning. My question goes to the guy about the 29,000. Um,
Yes, continue, sir.
is there any criteria that you look at when you're selecting the 39,000 students? Because I know for a fact that UNISA only gives 315 if you're under NSFAS, and there is no 350 for those students. So is there any criteria when you're selecting the 39,000?
Good morning. My name is Pemelo Ntimani. I'm the HOD of the Office of Khosana Koketso Rakudu. I'm sorry for that. Currently, we are running entity in the Office of Koketso Khosana Rakudu of like company or NGO that we are working on. It's a skills development entity which is called Koketso Kudu Foundation. We offer skills for young people and all that. So I wanted to ask on the thing you said, the wheel thing that you're gonna fund that. Is it only going to apply for TVETs and those higher institutions, or is it gonna? Are we going to be included in that? Thank you.
Communications. Are those all our questions? Okay. Last one here. Yeah.
Dumelang kaofela ka tlung ka mo. Potso ya ka nna e nngwe fela chairman. Mo ke dutse ka advertisement ya tender. And last time I ne re ile ko Labour go apply for quota. Then ba re kgutlisitse ba re that advertisement is tshwantse be in a letterhead ya that company advertising. So we couldn't get a quota because of that advertisement haina letterhead. So what's the way forward if ever we encounter that kind of a problem? And what are the requirements for an organization specifically to have a quota? What are the measures for us to take? And then what's the measures that we have to take in order for our laborers in our towns to be accommodative to us, because we don't have any access to them, especially in Klerksdorp in city of Matlosana municipality. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I'll try to be quick. Unfortunately, you guys didn't mention your names, so you'll forgive me if I don't call you by your names. But for my good sir, the funding for machinery will be under what we call the labor activation program. We will set up a specific button or tab on the website, and we'll announce that for you. And then on the issue of COIDA, COIDA works on a no-fault principle. So you can't blame an individual for not, what do you call this? You can discipline them from your side for not following the processes, but from our side, we still have to fund their treatment and all of that. And we hope that you are also doing what we call awareness and training so that they are aware. Because some employers have this tendency of saying to individuals, you didn't follow the rules, but you didn't tell me what the rules are. Just like the program director here, who didn't tell me what time I have. Sorry. On the issue of the criteria for the 39,000 students, I think I'm going to link them with the question from Zimane. So the criteria is that you should have completed your theoretical part of the training. Unfortunately, we are only limited for now, and we'll see how it goes, to TVETs students as well as universities of technology students, the ones that have to have worker integrated learning. So that's the only criteria that we have. We might, because it will be phased in, we might start with what we call the critical skills, especially those ones that are supposed to be dealt with by artisans, so that we can get the economy going. Yeah. Muranaka, tenders, they have their own way of working. I don't know. I maybe I'm misunderstanding the question, but I don't know about tenders. I know Steve could the tender titiranjani. Mara koba gorna the requirements that compliance let you mfanele mitilandela loko so kuyiwa ka tenders. Yeah. No no uba ka Setswana. Ka fetula ka Setsonga. Again, why in Africa we can again. You understood me, right? Ah, thank you.
Thank you so much. Yes. Thank you so much, Master. If you didn't fully grasp or have the answers that you were looking for, he's gonna be around throughout the day after attending his meetings. You can just engage with him so you ensure that your questions are answered and you don't leave with unanswered questions. Thank you so much once again. I'm sure more than anything, the youth is excited to hear about the will programs that are going to be announced. And hopefully we will, if we haven't used the system that is advised, we will be able to then be part of the system, register on the database so that whatever benefits and opportunities that lie within Department of Labor, you are able to then get access to them. With that, opportunity often begins with one person who decides to create a change. And our next speaker has done exactly that. Please let's put our hands together as we welcome the partnership lead from Empower Youth, Mr. Thabo Mulife. Hands together, please.
Greetings to the house at large. Unlike Mr. Mabunda, at least now I know I've got 10 minutes. So that I have to work with. Thank you very much. Young people, are you here? And I share, I'm seeing my friends there. I share the same sentiments as Mr. Mabunda as well. I feel overdressed because I'm talking to young people, you know. But then maybe we can then turn that to a lesson program director, if you allow me. So there is a saying that if you look good, you feel good, right? And also, you want to dress the way you want to be perceived. Imagine going to an interview dressed in shorts, but we're not there. Thank you very much. I don't know if you are able to pull the video up while the technician is still trying to sort us out there. Okay, great stuff. Okay, great. Before I then explain, I need you to just, it's a 2-minute long clip. This will give you a highlight and a helicopter view of what Empower Youth does and how we do it, and then we'll get into the conversation afterwards. Over to you, thanks.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Hashtag. Hashtag. Hashtag.
Since January, 4.9 million people are working. And how do you of lady sounding expect a positive thing? So how is that empowerment means the transformation program to
Before the end of this year, 2023, we will have visited the Eastern Cape, the Northern Cape, the Free State, and we will be left with one province to visit, being the Western Cape.
The aim of Empower Youth, which is such a progressive initiative that is aimed at advancing the interests of young people.
We need to create, we need to support these platforms everywhere where there are young.
You need you to dream. You need you to get the point. You need you to start a business.
Okay, I'm down to 7 minutes now. Right. Let me then try to come to your level. So that is who we are. We are Empower Youth. Who is Empower Youth and what do we do? So we are an economic activation platform. And why? What's the relevance of that? We know we go out and people will tell you there are no jobs, there's no this, there's no that. But when you go online, you'll see there's always opportunities which are advertised, right? And the market will come and say to you, you don't have the relevant and the necessary skills. So meaning we don't really have an opportunities problem in South Africa, but we've got an access issue or access problem, right? Now Empower Youth comes in and steps in as the connector to then say, we bring in our young people together with the opportunities provider in the same room so that we are able to then drive the conversations. So an employer can come and say, hey, in my company, I want to hire, but I'm looking for a person who's got the following set of skills or the following expertise. And so that we are also able to engage them and ask the relevant and the necessary questions. Does that make sense? And then if I'm going too quick, you are allowed to stop me, right? And then how do we then do that or connect you to opportunities? We form partnerships with the following entities. One, it will be your government, it will be your SETAs, it will be your skills development providers, it would be entities that are running ESD. Do we all know what ESD is? Enterprise Supplier Development Programs, right? And then that would speak to entrepreneurship. How does that now help us? We know that the South African economy is growing at a much slower rate, right? Then which then means township economy becomes a key driver to create employment for our people, number one. But also number two, we are now able to remove part of the burden. Department of Labor just came and spoke here. We don't want everyone on the line waiting for UIF, right? And then if I can get a job, what's the next best thing which I can do? Create your own. Let's create those pathways. And then we then assist those who are saying we want to get into entrepreneurship. Are you able to put my presentation up, sir? I'm still waiting for the presentation. Okay, great stuff. Can we then move to the next slide? And the next one? Yes, there we go. Great stuff. Now, as I then said, all of us as young people here, one, we either have dreams, we've got ambitions, we've got visions. There are certain things which we want to do. Either in your professional careers where you want to find employment, which is number one, or number two, you then want to get into a space where you run your own business or your own entity, right? And then in order for you to be able to know what is required for those particular or for that particular exercise you want to get in, either you want to get into the world of work or you then want to start your own business. What we do at the Empower Youth Summits, we will then convene sessions, master classes, fireside chats, workshops, as well as executive panel discussions, where we then discuss what are the insights, what are the new opportunities which exist in different fields. Let me then ask, are there people from KZN here? Oh, KZN has left already. And then which other province is represented? Okay. Gauteng, which part of Gauteng? Who's from the Val here? If you're from Gauteng, 18 Moyeng. So I'm a Val-born person, right? And I'll use Val as an example. Majority of us, we know Val as an economic, industrial or manufacturing powerhouse because of companies which existed before. ArcelorMittals, your Nampec, your MTEX, as well as your Cape Gates, right? So this now means all the young people who were in the Val or who went to the Val, when they went to school or varsity, will go for artisanal qualifications because we all wanted to go and work at ArcelorMittal, right? But ArcelorMittal has closed down some of the plants. And as a result, it has now left a vacuum in the market. It's not like when ArcelorMittal closed, another company came and took over. Now, part of what we then want to do is to come in and sensitize our young people to new opportunities which exist in that particular space. We'll talk, for an example, I know DigiTitans is going to come and talk about digital skills, but to then say one of the key insights which we'll introduce our young people to in our summits will be to then say, what are the new opportunities which exist in the space that they are in, number one. Number two, what are the careers of the future, or which paths can we also follow if we want to move from conventional employment? I'll talk about, for an example, AI, right? Do you know how many things, how many businesses that you are able to start if you were to venture into AI, right? So this is the sensitization that we're talking about. We introduce our young people to future markets as well as careers of the future. But one of the key aspects of that as well then becomes, how do we then make our young people to be employable, right? You can go to varsity and have a qualification, but that's not all it takes, having a qualification. So there is attitudinal things that which we need to deal with. We need to deal with soft skills. Do you possess the necessary and the relevant soft skills? That is what Empower Youth, what we do in the platforms, will allow you and introduce you to experts and thought leaders who will take you through that. Now, this is a clarion call to our partners, stakeholders, and everyone who's here, who's then saying, one, we've got opportunities that which we want to give to our young people. Come and have a word with me. So we are able to come. We've done all the 9 provinces of Gauteng, and then we are starting again now. We've done the Val, we are doing Joburg now, and then we will be in Eshowe in September. And then everywhere where we go, we come with all these partners that we have. In the last minute that I have, I'll then list what partnerships or what opportunities and which partners do we have that we go with. For an example, one, we all know Meta or Facebook, right? Facebook or Meta is one of our key partners. Wherever we go, we will come with Meta and Facebook. They will then be able to facilitate and hold master classes. There are people who work or who do work in the creative economy. You want to be a content creator, or you're already a content creator, but you don't know how to monetize that, right? We will bring Meta on board. They'll take you through how do you monetize your craft. We've got entities and partners such as CCBSA, Coca-Cola Beverages South Africa. We have to date over the past 7 years empowered over 150 township-based businesses through grants and funds that came through Coca-Cola. We've got over 2,000 young people who are in learnerships in various disciplines: end user computing, technical support, software development. We've got entities and partners such as TITA, the Transport Education Sector Training Authority, which will then come with us. As we have the summit, they'll come recruit and take young people and introduce them to opportunities and give them driver's licenses. So that is empower youth in a nutshell, and that's what we are doing. So watch the space. We will be in your province, in your town soon. Program Director, I know I'm pressed for time.
Thank you so much. Please stay here so we can take questions if we have questions. Okay, there's one there from say in the middle, 2 from the other say on the far right, 3 from the say here, and I'm going to close the questions to the 3 that we have. Okay, thank you so much. We are going to start with the far end as we move to the other end. We're going to start with, if we can help move closer to the say here. Yes, the mic is coming to you. Over to you, sir.
Greetings to the house at large, and greetings to you, my good sir. My name is Shaka Matonzi from Limpopo. You mentioned a term, you mentioned something about ESD. So I would just like you to just briefly elaborate more on that term in respect to their purpose or their mandate and the criteria of their target market. Who are the people that they can help, and what should those people be in possession of? And how to interact or get in contact with them. Thank you.
A round of applause.
Sanibonani. Ninjani?
Fukini minjani baba?
Cha nathi siyaphila. Ligama ngiChristopher Okagumetse, future Chief Justice of the country. Nelson Mandela said, "It always seems impossible until it is done." So remember the name, Christopher Gumetse. My brother, I just saw on your presentation there, I think you are doing an amazing job. I'd like to commend that first. And then my question is, you know, South Africa is one of the highest youth unemployment rates in the world, right? So as an organization, as Empower Youth, I'd like to know which current youth policies do you believe are failing? And then what reforms would you recommend to the government? Thank you.
just to make sure. So we saying what are the policy failures and the recommendations on that? Sure. Last one.
Ntate Thabo re telle ka motswadi wa ka. Potso ya ka e batla le bobebenyana. Since well it's a youth empowerment, I think we have a lot of youth empowerment organizations within the house. So what are the specific criteria that you need so that we can make a collaboration in order to empower our youth in our local communities that we are coming from? And then in private companies, which companies that are you looking for so that we can make a collaboration in making job availability for our youth that are coming from unprivileged backgrounds? Thank you, sir.
I got all of them. Okay, great. Thank you very much. All those were wonderful questions. And then I'll start with my good sir on the ESD question, right? So what ESD stands for, it's an acronym which stands for Enterprise Supplier Development, right? And then this will be a feature which corporate entities or corporate companies will have as part of their social responsibility. To then say, I'll use an example, we are in Northwest, and Northwest, we know it's known for mining, right? So your entities which are mining here, they'll develop an ESD program which will then stand for the following. One, local owned SMMEs will then be incubated and mentored into that particular company. So they help them with the following. One, help them grow, make sure that they meet all the compliance requirements for the following purpose, so that when they want to do business, they start doing business with these entities which exist in the community that they serve. I guess I've then answered the question around what the definition is of ESD and what is the mandate of the ESD, right? And the other one was to then say, what would then be the requirements for you to qualify or to be eligible to be in the particular ESD program, right? And then there's no blanket answer for that. So, but what then happens is it would be sector or entity or company dependent, depending on what do they do. I'll make an example with mining again. So because in mining, there's a lot of compliance. You find that there's what red seal compliance, there's this compliance and that. So it would not be the same for someone who's just a supplier and for someone who is a service provider. So there'll be different requirements. So you can always go online and check what their ESD requirements are. And also an advice for other people who also want to start their own businesses, or they have their own businesses and they want to be part of ESD development programs. So if you go online and search entities like Tsikululu Social Investments, for an example, there is another one which is called Six Capitals ESG Advisory. So what they then do, they develop development programs for different ESDs and for different companies. So what they do is they'll go to 10 companies and the 10 companies will fund the program, and then they'll develop a program and then say, we'll do mentorship, business registration, all the compliance checks that you have that, and then take you through business administration, business management, and so forth. And then if there's other questions in the interest of time, you can come and engage me. We can then expand further on that one. And then going on number two, the issue around policy failures and what the recommendations are. It's a pity this is a government initiative. However, there's a triple B, right? We build, we break, and we build again, right? And having frank and honest conversation has never destroyed any relationship. So South Africa stands in the world as one of the countries with the best policies and the best constitution. But where does the problem start, or where is the disconnect? The implementation part, which is where the problem starts. And in answering your question with my recommendations, I'm also making this clarion call to all the young people who are here. I'm seeing the future of SA. As you said, you are the future Chief Justice. So we see future premiers, future ministers, and even future presidents. No one knows, right? To then say, it's about time we also take up space. The biggest problem becomes this: we can't have 70-year-olds and 80-year-olds in parliament making decisions for 35-year-olds and 25-year-olds. As a recommendation, let's take part. It doesn't matter. In the local ward committee, when there's an IDP session, you'll be surprised. A lot of young people don't even know what an IDP is, right? So each municipality, before they spend the funds, they'll have an IDP sitting session where they then say what the priorities are. But if we are not part of that, and it's old people, they'll put forward their priorities only. That excludes us. So that is why we need to take up space and play our part. And Empower Youth exists specifically for that, to then say, as I said, we work at the intersection of government, young people who need opportunities, as well as corporate or market, right? We bring all of them together so we can have these frank conversations on what is going to work or what will work for us. I hope I've answered you. And on to the last one. We are looking for the following. Let me make, in answering this, how we convene the summits. It will be a summit where you saw in the video how many young people were there, right? We'll do 2,000 young people a day, and it will be over 5 days, meaning over that 5 days, we would have covered how many people? 10,000 young people, right? And then in answering you to then say, which companies do we look forward to working with? We all know companies that either have CSI, corporate social investment, or corporate social responsibility initiatives. They want to reach as many people as possible. But because of resources constraints, it's difficult to reach 10,000 people in one go or in a week, right? Now, this platform affords them that opportunity that they are able to reach as many people at once, right? Number two, who do we partner with, or what opportunities do we have? We will come look at what sectors or industries exist in that particular area, and then the partners that we already have in the system currently that we are working with, will bring them to come and introduce the opportunities that they already have, be it a learnership, be it a bursary, or be it funding for your business. And then if a company then says, we want to help young people, you are welcome to give them my contacts so that they can reach out to me, so we have a conversation. We can curate a program that suits them, or that suits the area that you work in. In closing, I know I've taken forever. In closing, as I then said, how we then look at areas, we want to go to areas where mainstream corporate would not go, right? Areas like your Westbury. When we talk of Westbury, the first thing that comes to your mind is that I'm going to be marked, they're going to kill me, they're going to shoot me, right? Bayong Bambing Kunsi. So these are the areas that we go to, that we target. Reason for that is why? It's because mainstream media says, mainstream corporate says, it's too dangerous for us to go there. But the reason why that area is dangerous the way it is now is because there are social ills which needs to be addressed. That's where we then come in and say, these ones who are forgotten, that no one is thinking about extending the opportunities to, these are the people that we are targeting. These are the people that we want to take these opportunities to. Thank you very much, Program Director.
Thank you so much, my good sir. Yo, that was very informative. I hope we're able to grasp that which we were supposed to grasp from that information. And should you have more questions and wish to engage with Mr. Tabo, you can engage during the tea breaks so that you don't leave here with questions that are not answered. Thank you so much once again, Mr. Tabo. Ladies and gentlemen, the economy is changing rapidly. Digital skills are no longer optional, as we can see that everything is AI. Everything is going AI. They are essential. And our next presentation is going to explore exactly how young people can prepare themselves for the jobs as well as the industries of tomorrow. With that, please let's welcome the Managing Director of DG Titan Holdings, Mr. Dennis Memela, as he comes to stage. A round of applause, please.
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning to everybody. It's a wonderful opportunity to be here. You know, I was hoping, Uguchi, we will get, you know, enough time to go through what we have, and I see that time is not on our side. So I'm going to try by all means to just zoom in into what is it that we want to share with you today. Our company, Digitizen Holdings, is an ICT company, but we do a number of things. One of the critical delivery for Digitizen Holdings now is digital skills. Digital skills for employability as well as entrepreneurship. So I'm just going to take you through what we've been doing and what we are, currently doing. And then I want to zoom in into this program that we have started at beginning of the year, which is called the Village Net Academy program that we are doing with a number of corporates, a number of government departments and all of that. So in terms of the digital skilling, we know that South Africa has got a number of problems. One a problem that has been highlighted here, which is youth unemployment. It's very, very huge. You know, if you're looking at ages between 15 and 35, our numbers are saying you're looking at 60 point something percent of young people who are unemployed. And if you go down and look at 15 and 35, 25, the number is even no worse. So we have this problem that needs to be addressed in terms of young people, not being employed. And we always say within the Digitizen, Uguti, there is a huge issue, especially, with our education system, which is, I say this in the previous lifetime, I used to be an educator and a lecturer. And I tell you that the education that we are getting right now is not actually putting us in a very good space in terms of aligning with what the industry wants and all of that. I'm just going to request in terms of the slides, because of this scarcity, I just want to jump to just go. Let's move forward with our slides. I'll tell you where to stop. If you can just move forward. Just go back. The projects that you see here are the projects that Digitizen is actually doing, working with a number of companies and organizations. We work with SITAs in terms of, ICT skilling, our internships, our learnerships, and all of that. So we do that on an annual basis. I'm speaking to you. We've got a group of, ICT graduates in this space. that are participating in this, focusing on that. We've done a very interesting program with the HDPC where we're training, young people on, skills that are in demand currently. So we did this across the country, and even providing young people with devices. We have a huge project that we are running currently with the Department of Women. We call it, it's a 4IR Youth and Employment Initiative, where we are training again young people across the country in terms of a variety of skills. I'll talk to that within the digital space. We worked with NEMISA in terms of doing digital entrepreneurship, etc. So if we can move on to the next slide. Our company has a huge partnership with Cisco in terms of setting up, and this program that I'm going to talk to you, today is specifically zooming into the Net Academy program. We are accredited by Cisco. Cisco is one of the OEMs, and it's an international company in the networking, telephony, etc., cyber security, and all of that. So we are one, a company in South Africa where Cisco has accredited us to set up our academies across, across the country. And we also are able to work with existing networking academies to support them and all of that. But also what we do is we build capacity. If you want to set up the academy, we help you to build the capacity. As I'm talking to you right now, we are training close to 2,000 young people across the country. We're doing this online. And we are training them to be trainers, online, more than 2,000. But also, we have currently, as I'm talking to you, we've got more than 6,000, young people that we're training online in different, areas within the ICT space. When we partner with young people to set up the academies, we support in that kind of way. It's train the trainer, it's establishing of the academy, so that you can go to various communities and do the training yourself. If you can move on to the next one. This is the challenge that I was talking about earlier on with regards to unemployment and all of that. If you can move on. The skills mismatch, failing education system, high inequality, and all of that. If you can move on to the next one. This is the Village Net Academy program that I'm talking about. We have a 2030 vision that we are actually rolling out as Digititan. What is this about? We want by 2030 that South Africa should become the number one country in Africa when it comes to digital skilling. We want to be number one. We have the highest, economy with, more than 400, or 400 billion US dollars in terms of its GDP. We are the highest. But are we number one when it comes to digital skills? Are we number one? We're not, because, countries like your Kenya, your Nigeria, those guys are actually, they are eating your lunch, as it were. So we want to be number one. And as part of this Net Academy program, we are going to do that. 2035 vision, 2035 vision. We want South Africa to be amongst the top 5 in the world when it comes to digital skills. It's a huge program before us. But one thing then that people don't understand and appreciate, when we talk about digital skills, they think we talk about only people who are supposed to go and specialize in the ICT space. We're not talking about that. We are talking about everyone, everybody. Because if you don't have digital skills, you're going to miss out. When we go agriculture, we now talk agri-tech. To participate in agri-tech, you need to have digital skills. So we're talking about agriculture that is technology driven. If we go with health, for example, we talk now what is called telemedicine, right? In other words, nurses knowing how to use technology to deliver our services. So even in education, right? We're talking now, edutech, where technology drives. So in other words, what's the point? You need digital skills in whatever field. We are not saying, you must move out of the area where you are and become a specialist, a technician or whatever. But we are saying you must have digital skills so that you become better in what you do. Right? Okay. All right. Let's move on with the slides. You go to the next one. Can we move on again? Now, this program, the Village Net Academy program, we are targeting in the main young people who are unemployed. And these are called the NEET group, the NEET group. But NEET is not in education, employment, and training. That's the group that we are targeting as part of this program. This year alone, we are targeting between 25 and 50,000 young people who are going to be benefiting out of this program. All right. Let's move on to the next slide. All right. That's so. How is this program going to actually be implemented? This Village Net Academy program. We are working with young people. Yesterday, we had a very interesting meeting with NYDA because we are looking at young people that are running NPOs, NGOs, Section 21. We want to work with you and help you to set up your own, net academy. And that academy then is going to deliver these digital skills in the community where you are. So we will help you to register the academy. We will train you in terms of how to actually, run the training programs. We will train the trainers for you who will deliver the training and then deliver this training in terms of providing the skills to young people. And the skills that we are talking about here is the variety of skills. And for the first time, we are not saying, we're seeing ICT, digital skilling all over the place, where young people go and attend 2-day course, 3-day course, and people talk about employability. You're not going to attend even a 1-month course, and then after that, you are now expected to be an expert in cybersecurity. It's not going to happen. It's not going to happen. That is why we have what we call a learning pathway. When you get to training, we sit down with you. Where do you want to go? Where do you want to specialize? We take you from the entry level up to the advanced level. And once you get to the advanced level, we then link you with our employers for employability sake. But also, if you want to start your own company, we will then help you as part of the incubation program to be able to do that. So we are looking for non-profit organizations that are going to work with us. We will help you to set up an academy in the area where you are, in the area where you operate. You will set up the academy. Why the Cisco Networking Academy is so critical? Because we deliver our skills that are internationally recognized. In other words, you get the skills here, you can go anywhere in the world. They actually are also doing the same courses that you would do here, whether it's networking, whether it's cybersecurity, it's AI or whatever, or tech if you wish, tech support. So those are the skilling, the types of skills that we want to deliver in the communities where we actually come from. So this partnership that we have with the different, organizations, government departments is critical because we are able to then roll out this training. If you don't have our digital skills today, nobody is going to employ you. That you must know. Nobody is going to employ you. Okay, let's let's move quickly. All right, let's move to the next one. All right. So in setting up the Net Academy, there are requirements that you need to have. I spoke about, your trainers. You have to have a training venue and all those things. But we've realized that many of us don't have computer labs to be able to run, training. So we've started what we call virtual academy. So you set up the academy, but you don't have a lab. And how do you then have a training facility? You go and partner with either a library or a school or a TVET, etc. And we are setting up these across the country where, these institutions, they will come to you. You sign an agreement now, or you're saying, I've got 200 young people that I want to train. Can you provide me space? And then they will say to you, okay, I'm a lab to. They are free during this time. So you sign an agreement, you are able to take your learners there. That's what we call, it's a virtual academy. There are also brick and mortar academy where then you have your own facilities, and all of that. But also as an NPO, you are able to make money because these programs are also, they don't come for free and all of that. So you are able to run an organization that is quite sustainable in that way. So if next slide, please. Next one. As part of rolling out this Net Academy program, we are also launching an exciting competition where academies in different parts of the country are going to be competing. And at the end of the day, they'll be winning prizes like your devices, your even our internships and all of that. Next one. But next again, we're launching this very interesting, magazine, which is going to be both digital as well as hard copies, where we are going to put out all the activities that are taking place across the country, driven by young people at the digital skills level, etc. The next one. I spoke about this, project being what we call, it's a managed project. In other words, we are not just helping you to set up and disappear. We will run with you, we will support you, we will guide you, we will even help you how to run a sustainable kind of an academy in that space. Next one. Yeah, these are the different roles that the different partners will actually play in that respect. Continue. Continue. Yeah, that's the legal part of it, because we want to work with registered organizations. You pay tax, you registered as part of your SARS requirements and all of that, CIPC, etc., etc. That's very, very, very important. Yeah. These are the academies that I was talking about, the virtual one. In other words, you're excited about training, but you don't have a lab. Now you have no excuse. I remember when we were proposing this in January, we were attending a meeting in Dubai with Cisco. We said, look, the reason why we don't have enough young people who with digital skills in South Africa is because you have this prerequisite. We can actually close this gap by doing this. And they said to us, no, it cannot be done. It cannot be done. Later on, when we started this, they came back to us and they said, by the way, the Philippines and somewhere else, they're doing the very same thing that you guys are proposing here. Next one. Yeah, and next slide. That's the sustainability model that we're actually talking about. Next one. As part of sustainability, what we're doing as Digititan, we have an online store, Set Technology. And we want to take that online store and make it also to be a store owned by NPOs all over the place. In other words, you'll be able to go and sell a laptop if you wish, as part of that stock. These are the partners that we work with, the different government departments and the SITAs and everybody. It's very, very, very important. It's very important that this thing of our digital skills, we take it, seriously. Because if we are not competitive that way, we are not going to win this fight. I saw the other day one municipality was actually providing support with community agriculture. And you know what they were doing? They were giving them amakeja. And I said, but guys, this day and age, you give people amakeja, ugolima, instead of mechanizing this thing. We need to get to technology, use the technology so that we become competitive. And you guys as young people, you are the ones who are supposed to be driving this thing. We want each and every community. Our target is 500 academies that we want to set up by the end of this year. And we are not going to do this without you guys partnering with us. You come in, you work with us, we support you, you set up your academy, you do your training, you will provide jobs, because these young people that you're going to employ to be trainers, they will be paid. All right? People who are running the academy itself will also get a payment out of that. So you are also creating jobs, you are delivering our skills and all of that. These are the things that Utabo was talking about, this thing of the older people in parliament. They are not talking about these things because these are not priority for them. These things are not priority. You guys are the ones who are supposed to be driving this. As I tell you, I have, more than, 10 people working with me with company, and not a single one will actually get to our company if you don't have digital skills. So this is how critical this thing is from now going forward. And the opportunity again that we are looking at is to get some academies to work with school. If you have the academy, you will work with, because not many schools are offering digital skills as well. So that's your market, that's your opportunity that you can take to your community and be able to deliver this. I'm gonna pause here and maybe entertain our questions now. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I hope you were listening to hear about all the opportunities that are being offered and the Vision 2030 as well as the Vision 2035, which they have. If anything, I hope you'll be able to be part of it and you won't be left behind. So I'm going to allow 2 questions. I'm going to try and take new faces to balance out the questioning. I see the first question there, and the second question here, and I have second questions from you guys. I can take an extra one from, one from him. So 3 is fine. I've taken a lot of questions from you, sir. I'll open up an opportunity. I want it to be equal amongst all the youth. So we're going to start there. Would you rather they all ask and you write down, or you answer as we go? Okay, one at a time. You can stand up, introduce yourself, and then ask your question.
Morning, everyone. My name is Arnold Ramnyai, all the way from Limpopo, from Multi Skills Development and Training Center. My question is that how do we partner with you? Because from where I come from, we do have a computer lab, which we just established it this year. And also, I'm also one of the graduates of Cisco Net Academy. I did IT Essentials, Cybersecurity, Ethical Hacking, and we also did digital literacy lessons from last year throughout the high schools in our area. But we are looking for your support because we are lacking some funds and equipment. Thank you.
Thank you for the question. On the 23rd of July, we've received a call from the Premier's office in Limpopo. We're gonna be having about 40 young people from different municipalities and communities because they want to take this program and roll it out throughout the province. So we are moving there in the province in a big kind of way. There is a gentleman sitting in front of you. His name is Grant. We're gonna sit here after even the presentation. All those who are interested to work with us and start the academy and all of that, we are going to take details of those people and then work with you. Already yesterday also we had a meeting with the NYDA, and they have a database that they want to give to us to actually to work with them of NPOs that are also getting support in that way. Remember, as part of the NYS program driven by the presidency, there is a target of 100,000 beneficiaries for this year, and this program also is gonna link into that. So I'm happy that already you have the right kind of training. So all that you need to do is to then get your academy going.
Please raise your hand. Introduce yourself, stand up, introduce yourself, pose your question. Okay, thank you, Honorable Chairperson, Timekeeper, and ladies and gentlemen. I go by the name of Atile Umvula from I Am a Dreamer Foundation based here in Rustenburg. So my question is as follows, say, our organization runs an ICT program, so this is our third cohort running this year. So we are facing a serious challenge whereby we have a shortage of computers, internet access, and other learning resources. So what practical strategies would you recommend for us to help us or assist us, because we are doing this program for young people from the age of 13 years until 18 years? Then what funding opportunities or partnership would you suggest for the community organization that want to expand its ICT program and having limited resource? Then, based on your experience, what are the most effective ways for nonprofit organizations to overcome resources while delivering quality ICT program for young people? I thank you.
Thank you very much, ma'am. You're doing very interesting stuff there, you know. In terms of equipment, you know, in South Africa, we are one of those countries. This problem of not having one connectivity in the equipment is called the digital divide, right? You'll be amazed. It's very, very, very important that, you know, unfortunately, people are actually not doing what they're supposed to be doing. There is money sitting at an organization called USASA. You know where that money is coming from? All the companies that have a license to operate ICT services, they pay 1% of their turnover, and that money goes to this agency called USASA, Universal Service and Access Agency of South Africa. It's under the Department of Communications. But you know what's happening? Every year, they are supposed to be using this money to subsidize, to do connectivity, Guma communities and all of that. Organizations like yourself, for example, needs to be getting support from that agency, but it's not happening. And these are the things that we need to actually to address as a society, so that that money can go and make that kind of difference. But on the sustainability model, that is what we were talking about, the virtual academy. Uguti, even if you don't have computers and all of that, then become creative and say, but there is a high school next to, in fact, when we were in Durban a couple of weeks back, we were actually approached by a principal of a school. He says, I have a computer lab, it's underutilized. Can you get an organization that can work with us? You know? So you look at those kinds of opportunities. Also youth centers, libraries, you know, and also TVET colleges. Right now, as I'm talking to you, we're training a group of young people, Emma Melody, we are working with Itswan and North TVET. They said, Nagama labs out too, they are available, they are not being utilized. And we are now actually using that for training. So I'm saying, I understand your challenge, but I'm saying at the same time, you need to be very creative in terms of, how do you get around to actually to sort out your problem. But you can partner with us, your organization, and create a virtual academy, and then we can then support you, and then also help you to engage as well in this regard. We last year in Gauteng, we trained more than 2,000 young people working with the social development. Working with the social development, but also currently we are doing a program with culture where we are also training, community development workers. They came to us, they said, we don't want you guys to just train them. Give them exit opportunities. As a result, we are training some of these guys to be tech support, networking specialists, and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So one thing that I've learned, that in the business world, you don't want to put money before your idea, right? The moment you do that, your idea will never happen. It's not about money. You want to believe, you want to have a passion, you go out there, you will find the way. You will definitely find it.
Okay, taking the last one from the corner there. Please introduce yourself, post the question.
Good morning, colleagues. My name is Mandla Mtembu. I'm from the Free State. Babu Memel, I just wanted to check Uguti, in your programs, are you only allowing organizations with computers or even those with tablets? I'm asking this because we've received 200 tablets last year from Vodacom. And we also have a center whereby we are teaching IT. So I just wanted to check that part. The second one was, do you pay the facilitators if you come to the organization, or are we the ones that are paying the facilitators? Thank you.
Yeah. No, thanks, Mandla. Thanks for the good work that you guys are doing there. Devices. We've been training. The training program that we did with NEMIS on digital entrepreneurship, we were using smartphones. So a tablet is even more advanced than that. So that should do the trick. That should do the trick for you. In terms of payment of facilitators, it comes as part and parcel of the sustainability model that we're talking about. Because your center has got to be able to derive income one way or the other for you to be able to run it in a sustainable way. And we have those models. We will help you with that money so that you are able to pay your trainers at the end of. And most of the training that we do, for example, the 6,000 that we are doing, it's funded by Cisco, and some of the training is funded by Department of Women and all of that. So there's definitely going to be ways of ensuring that you have, sustainability in terms of your center going forward. I was very excited when NYDA was telling us yesterday that they've identified a number of NPOs that they are going to be working with to deliver this 100,000 training for young people. And those NPOs are going to be paid for each and every young person that they will be training as part of that. So you are really on it, and you keep on it, and get partners. This is very, very, very important. Don't do it alone. Get partners to come in and work with you so that you can run a very sustainable program. We are pushing, for example, let's on and North. We were working with a college there and helping them again to set up the academy and train young people and all of that. And at the end of the day, these young guys graduated and all of that. And I tell you, some of the guys that we have trained are abroad and everywhere else. You know, the opportunities that they get. But I tell you, I mean, here in South Africa, we've got this disease. Yoguti, to get into something, you must, no, you need to grade 12 for the, no, you need a degree for that. No, you need a diploma. This program, this program, as long as you are committed and as long as you are teachable, you know, you go in there, you commit, you work. And that is why we are saying, as part of a NEET group, as long as you are unemployed, as long as you are passionate about this thing, you go there, you get the skills, the right kind of skills for you, for employment, or for you to be able to start your own business. Because running, for example, a net academy, it's a business on its own. So I'm just saying these are the opportunities for this day and age that we need to be focusing on. In China, they teach
I want to.
Thank you. They teach these young people, and this is what we need to do in our communities, Bawit, where we coming from. Because Tina, as young people here, if you don't talk the language, as Utaba was saying, if you don't talk the language, nobody is going to talk. We need to invest in our homes. Instead of buying a sofa for 40,000, maybe buy a sofa for 30, no money 10,000 and buy a device in your home. You need to have internet connectivity in your home. Internet connectivity is your library. My kids go online, they don't worry about going to a library. They go online and doing research and all of. These are the things that we need to do to empower ourselves, to empower our communities, so that we are able to compete. And Fuji, as black people, we need to get away this thing of being scared of technology. Yeah? I recruited more than 5 graduates, IT graduates, and I said to these guys, can you fix a laptop? And they said to me, I know, Mr. Mamela. I said, yeah, you can't tell me you are a graduate and you can't fix a laptop. You know, and you know where this is coming from? Is being scared to actually to do this thing. I know for principal got my laptops and our locker wonke or KL, you know, and kids could not access. And when he was asked, why are you doing this? No, bazawapula, they're going to break them down. And we said to the principal, yes, that's what we want. We want them to be broken down so that we can fix them. You know? So I really hope we need as many of you guys, especially if you are passionate about training, you want to set up your academy. Grant is sitting over there. You know, come to us, we'll take your details and then we'll reach out to you. And then we do this thing, we do it together. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Yeah. I hope we're able to hear the opportunities that are there. And more than anything, as long as you're here, you are committed and you can be teachable, go and see Grant Lapaya. If I was you and you are passionate about ICT, again, it's not everyone that is going to be very passionate about ICT and training. So if you know you are passionate about ICT and training, you want to grant. Grant, allow people to see you so that we don't walk out of here the same. Thank you so much, and a round of applause once again. So now we're going to cater to the youth that is interested in defense and aerospace. We're going to hear about the opportunities that are existing within that field. And with that, let's put our hands together as the CEO of Swatec Defense and Aerospace, as well as the chairperson Women in Defense South Africa comes to stage, Dr. Kuz Mtetwa. A round of applause, please.
I was asking earlier on because mina sengingale kwaka 1976 yabo. Ila yonke ndala. So I was asking, how does the youth of today greet? Because we don't want to have this whole formality. So is there anyone who can just remind us, how does the youth of today greet? You still say good morning. No, I wanted the slang of the youth. You still say good morning. Or you are saying good morning to me. How? No, I want the way you greet. Oh, okay. Oh, good morning. Okay, how are you? For today or for tomorrow? Is there anything you are doing for the future to be bright? Can you name one? During our time, of course, we will say yes, good morning. But we further say sanbonani, avusheni, ninjani, nivukile. But there was one that we had a problem with. Who wants to guess? Huh? The one that we had a problem with at the time. Huyemore. So I'm just going to say Huyemore. Program Director, Honorable Minister of Social Development, Medina Pule, the Deputy Minister, Hanif Hendricks, the Acting Director, the Deputy Director General, the Community Development Chief Directors, political principals, distinguished guests, fellow speakers, and most importantly, the young people that we are gathered here with today. So don't mind me if I'm looking at the door. There's a mental note that I've been given to watch. I am here for an industry that during our time in the 1976 we were fearful of. The moment we saw those vehicles, those hippo vehicles, we ran. But I'm here today to invite you into that industry, and that is Defense Force. Someone will say, Defense Force? If you are talking about Defense Force, I'm already seeing someone there. This person is pointing a gun on me. How many of you understand that in defense is not only about soldiers? Some, they don't know. They are thinking that when you enter into the defense industry, it's only about soldiers. But as I have been introduced, my name is Dr. Kuz, and I am just here to give you brief information about defense. And in defense, we are here to say, we are looking for you. Don't run away from defense because we are looking for you. Next slide, please. Defense is not only about soldiers. Yes, it speaks about military. We've got the Air Force, we've got the Navy, we've got the Army, and we've got defense contractors. So if you are not in the Army, the Air Force, the Navy, we have the contractors. And this is who we are looking for today. I am glad that I'm speaking after an information about ICT, because that's what we are moving towards too. We are moving forward with, because technology, that's what we need. That gun that you were showing to me requires technology. Without technology, we cannot be able to move. Next slide for me, please. I'm not going to talk about the human element of it. I'm here to talk about the technological part of it. Defense manufacturing, that's where I fit in. I will tell you later about how I fit in. We've got the technology and cybersecurity. I heard my young man on that side saying, responsible what? Hacking. The one that, exactly. We need you here. You can see on that side, technology and cybersecurity. We need young people to use your mind. You know how to operate a cell phone. Some of you know how to track where people are. We need you on that, because there is a growing demand for cybersecurity. Cybersecurity is what protects the country from the human element. Cybersecurity is not only in defense. There's portfolios that will speak after me. But in agriculture, there's also cybersecurity that is needed. I am here to just try and swerve you from the norm to something that is different. Can you put that slide for me again? Logistics and support services. When there's disaster management, they call defense first. Now we need people that will be able to move people from somewhere to the other. You know, when there's a disaster management, let's take it's floods or there's fire. The people that respond first, it's defense. That's the defense industry. And that's where you are needed. Because if you've got trucks, you can be able to ferry the people from that other side to that side. So don't just like be in one place and saying logistics only happens just for ferrying goods. It's not about goods. As I pause.
Dr. Kuz, thank you very much, my lady. As you have been sensitized, colleagues, we are about to receive our Deputy Minister of Social Development. And as per protocol, we'll request that we all rise to our feet as he walks in to take a seat. Thank you, Dr. Kuz. DM siyamthanda, ewe, awusimthanda ngempela, ewe, awuthanda nani yo, iyo, sasho sa, awuthanda nani yo, iyo, sasho sa, ewe, ewe. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, you may be seated. Basically what we were saying, DM, Deputy Minister, that we are grateful that you have graced us with your and we are going to request that she proceeds, if that is okay with you. Thank you very much.
Honorable Deputy Minister, thank you. We welcome you. I was on the podium talking about the importance of defense in our country. I represent the defense industry from the AMD Association point of view. As I continue, there's a quote that I have that has just popped on my screen right now that says, "A nation's strength lies not only in its defense, but it lies in its ability to innovate, to build, and develop its people." And today we are here about talking about the jobs, the skills, and the innovation and entrepreneurship that is in the department. As I was giving you the three sectors and opportunities that are in the defense industry, the defense manufacturing, technology, and cybersecurity, together with logistics and support. So the question that I will ask on the floor is, who amongst us that wants to be engineers? None. I'm seeing a here and there, that side and that side. Wow. Do you know that engineering is the future of today? For you to belong in the ICT sector, you must have an engineer element. How many of you wants to own businesses here? Oh. And how many of you loves technology? But you said you don't love engineering. Let me pass. What you have to know is that defense is not about soldiers. And for you to have that which you've pointed out right now, the qualifications that you need and the requirements are there. Security clearance, number one. Can I pause and stand a little bit from here, Program Director? Young people, it is important that you need to live a very clean life. What you do with your life today impacts the future. For me, as an owner in this industry, every year, I must always go and check whether I'm still at the right standing. And that includes traffic fines. Because the product that I manufacture here, if it needs to be exported outside the country, I need to apply for an export license and the certificate. And for me to get that, there's a requirement. I also need to first go to the police and be able to have my fingerprints. And then I'm cleared before the product. Why? Because our products are controlled items. So if you want to be in this industry, you must make sure. Now, next slide. Next slide, please. I'm trying to run. The benefits of this sector, especially your career. Number one, you've got a job security. Without selling the industry, but do you know how much we take care of our soldiers as a country? We take good care of them. Those that are in Navy, we take good care of them. As Air Force, we take good care of them. Two is that you've got a competitive salary. Someone will say, no, I'm just a soldier. Look, you've got a competitive salary because we take good care of you. The last one is that there is an advancement, skills development. Earlier on, I asked that when you look at defense, you're thinking that is a soldier. No. When you get there, you learn. Next slide for me, please. Now, these are the key players in the defense. I've taken these 4 such that at least you can be able to take time and research and get to know about them. The first one being Denel. Denel is a state-owned entity that I am a strategic supplier to. You see that fighting jet, the Rooivalk, it has a system that has been designed, developed by my company. Armscor is an implementation agent for South Africa and the custodian of many of our products. That vehicle that you see in the middle, we call it a G6. We used to run away from these vehicles, but today I love these vehicles because these vehicles, they are my bread and butter. We've got the Paramount Group. They've got a number of vehicles that are there. And we've got Milco, the company that has designed and developed the largest drone in Africa. And the part of those systems that are in this vehicle, they come from these hands. Next slide, please. Now, this is the company that I own. I will tell you a little bit as I go and sit down, and this is part of a motivation to a young person. When I entered this industry, I didn't know anything about defense, but I had a goal, I had an ambition, I had a dream. I'm coming from the dusty street of Kanyamazan. I grew up from a home where my parents divorced. I was 10 years old. I didn't have to go to varsity because my parents didn't afford. I didn't sit and mourn. But what I did, I had a dream. And that dream was to build a legacy for those that are coming after me. I didn't go to varsity because my parents didn't have money. But I had a dream. And that one dream that I had was I'm going to be kind and I'm going to be respectful to everyone that I meet. And the rest is history. But I obtained my first degree. I obtained my second degree. I then decided, what does the country need? The country needs a transformed society. But for a transformed society, I need to be that person who is going to step up and transform, as the program director is coming. Now what I did, I looked at an industry that has less women, that has less Africans, where I am going to step up and be the first one, because it is important to be the first one. I entered this industry and I bought shares. I bought shares with no money, but I bought shares with a mouth and a brain. And I took all that I had, I sold it, and I paid for the shares. I didn't wait for funding. But I had the first step. As a person is the first step. I had to sit at the back and understand everything in this industry. 2 years I was sitting at the back, not doing much and not being in the forefront. Because remember, it is important to sit at the back. So what I then did later on, I started checking the partners that I had at the time. I looked at the loophole. You spoke about the 70 years that are sitting. What is it that you do? You only talk. Go to them and sit next to them and learn from them and tell them, I have learned enough. Now you can go home and sit with your grandchildren. I didn't make noise. That's what I told them. They were white. They were old. They listened to me. And afterwards, I became, in 2018, 100% woman, black owned. I am sitting now with engineers and I tell them that we need to design a vehicle that will be suitable for a woman to drive. Because I'm coming in to be an influence. I sit amongst men, not intimidating them, but I sit amongst men such that we can reason together. So as young people today, I want to say this to you. Arrogance is not going to take you anywhere. Disrespect is not going to take you anywhere. But what is going to take you and move you forward is learn and learn and learn. The youth of 1976, they paved the way for a right to learn. You today, you need to take that learning that was created and innovate and build, recreate, and make sure that you make our country move forward. With this, I am saying, in defense, we are looking for you. I, for one, program director, I am now tired of sitting amongst the men and being alone. I am looking for young girls that will come and say, I know of a product that can be able to bring a difference in this industry. And that is why I was appointed, and I'm still appointed, as the chairperson of the Women in Defense South Africa. And we are looking for you. So many companies are looking for you. Our Honorable Minister, Angie, is for young people because we need to progress. Our engineers are growing old. Now we need the young people to come on board. This is an invitation.
Please wait so they can have the questions, should they have questions. But if anything that I've gotten as a young person standing in front of you is that there's opportunities even in defense. The very same trucks that I remember during COVID, when you were not supposed to be walking around the streets, when you see those trucks, you're supposed to run because they were going to moor you for being outside. Those are the trucks now which are holding opportunities for us as young people. So if you are here and you thought maybe defense is far-fetched for you, our lady just confirmed that it's possible for you as well. So I hope you will be able to, she's going to be here, go to her and get more information should we need more information. With that, I'm going to open the round for questions. I'm going to take exactly 3 questions. I'll try and be fair and take the new faces. If we have interacted in the past 2 days, you won't be my priority. But if the numbers are not adding, I will take you. The first one here is the lady in front. Second one will be the lady there. And the last one will be the lady at the back. And that's our section. Let's take the questions. What you do is to introduce yourself and then pose your question, preferably one question. Thank you so much, my lady.
Sanboyani, my name is Excellent Mashaba. I'm from Gauteng, one of the top debaters in Gauteng. So, for me, as I'm 18 years old and I'm confused, and I'm very interested in military. So, I've heard that you say, let me say, you can't ask youth to protect a country with technology we were never taught to build. Military defense is no longer just about strength, it's about software. And the youth are the software generation. Now, my question is, the battlefield has moved from the border to the keyboard. Are we preparing the youth for that battlefield? Moving on to the engineering, because I'm most interested in engineering. Sorry. So my question is, Why are young South African engineers leaving to build defense tech for other countries when our own country needs them?
Let me answer that. I'll take one by one. Let me answer that. The reason why I am here today is for that reason. Because we have moved from the borders, but to the keyboard. And that is cyber security. So we require cyber security because, let me make an example, my honorable minister. For minister to be secured, we need cyber security, and that's the keyboard. That means for him to move from here, there must be a surveillance that needs to happen, not from here only, but a radius of about 20 kilometers to know that he can be able to move or not. And that is in the control room, and that's the keyboard. Hence I said, the young people have got a mind, ICT. That's where we are. That links now with the drones. Because you will not see the drone, but the drone is able to communicate through your cell phone to the securities that it is clear. And that's what we do. And that's why we need you.
Good morning again. My name is Nontantla from Pumalanga. Ma'am, can you clear out a myth for me? I am strong in mind, not in the physical aspect of it. So I had someone say, Uguti, if you want to enter the defense space, you must be also go through the training whereby you climb mountains, you go down, you do all of that. So is it the first step into entering any kind of sphere, or you can just enter without doing the physical aspect of it? Thank you.
Your myth has been cleared by me standing before you now. I didn't go into defense. I didn't go into military. But it's my mind. Remember I said I had a dream, I had a vision, and I was looking at my future. And that is it. I'm not a soldier. I'm not holding any rank. But when I sit, I'm respected. Why? Because for the vehicle to move, I am the brain of the vehicle. So you don't need to be a soldier physically. You need your brain.
Good morning, youth. This is Halaletsang Musito. I'm from the Northwest Province in Rustenburg. Firstly, I'd like to say you are a powerhouse, ma'am. You are a powerhouse, and you inspire us women, because it is very good to have women in these spaces where we are not a lot, we're not a majority. So I am interested in this defense, cyberbullying mainly, and the legal hacking side. So I would just like to know age restrictions in terms of that. And I'll also like to know if you are interested in the nitty-gritty side, if you want to go to war. Are you eligible if you are above the age of 34? Thank you.
Firstly, thank you for that encouraging word. I'll continue, but I mention again, we need you. Women in defense, we need you. So we are in now a role of bringing in young people. Last 2 months, we had a seminar on youth and women in defense in the supplier point of view. We will now have a career one where you'll come in, we'll take you through the vehicles, everything that we have. There is no age limit. So as long as if you want to go to war, there's no age limit. As long as you are fit. Number two, as long as you don't have any criminal record, that all you are cleared. Because with that, it's just a big no. So hence I said earlier on, make sure that you lead a clean life. Because even if you are in business in the sector, you will still be affected if you've got a criminal record. Because each time we deal with the world, let me quickly respond to one. You mentioned that technology comes from outside to here. Let me be bold and say to you, the South African product, when it comes to defense, it is respected worldwide. They come and buy in South Africa. That's why they will poach our engineers to the other side. But so it is important that you join the defense ecosystem now, because tomorrow your salary is guaranteed. You will be scouted for the world. I thank you.
Yeah. I think we need to really give a round of applause once again to the lady, but also to DSD for ensuring that all the industries are catered for. If it's ICT, it's defense, it's different industries that we've been having to come and educate us and also list the different opportunities that are lying in the different sectors over the past 2 days. So a round of applause again to DSD. And with that, if the youth is not going to bother you, as the youth that is standing in front of you, I'm going to bother you because I'm a woman and I'm youth. We're going to then cater to the youth that are passionate about agriculture. Like I said, there's different passions for different people. ICT is catered, defense is catered. I also know that there are youth here that are passionate about the agriculture, and the youth here that they might be having their backyard gardens and are interested in knowing what can they do from here and how do they ensure that their products are in the shelves. And with that, please let's put our hands together as we welcome Mr. Philemon Matebula from the Department of Agriculture. A round of applause, please.
Thank you, Program Director, Honorable Deputy Minister, all protocol observed. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. My name is Philemon Matebula. I'm from the Department of Agriculture, particularly from the unit responsible for sector education and training. I'm going to share with you because I was told that I only have 10 minutes. Remember, agriculture is a very, very important sector because we provide food security to the country. All of us must have 3-course meal per day. Remember, without agriculture, all of us will be hungry, naked, and sober. Very important. Maybe you can move the slides so that we respect time. I'm going to share with you few programs that are tailor-made for the young people. It may not be you here, but when you go back home in the community, it can help them. I'll talk about the career awareness program that we have, that we roll out, the external bursary scheme that we also roll out, the graduate placement programs. I'll talk about also the comprehensive agricultural support program. Now, when you talk agriculture to the young people, there is misconception. What comes to their minds is an old lady with a baby on her back with a hoe in the field. That's what they think agriculture is all about. But that is not the case. Agriculture, in terms of our career awareness program, we participate in various expos where young people are brought together so that we show them all careers that are available in agriculture. We visit schools to ensure that they can make correct subject choice, because the skills I'm going to talk about, they will require mathematics and physical science and good grades as well, because they are all BScs. You learn in terms of career awareness, careers like your veterinary science. Now we have, they call it the COVID of animals, the FMD, which is challenging our food security in terms of the meat industry. We need animal health technicians. We need veterinary science, the vets. We need young people to be in the wine industry, to do courses like your viticulture and oenology. We need young people to come in and be responsible to detect diseases that are there in our vegetables, in our plants. BSc plant pathology, your BSc entomology, your food science and technology. Very critical careers. We have a stand out there. All these careers that I'm talking about, you'll get a separate leaflet, which will tell you what subject combination you need, in which institution you can do it, if you qualify, where are you going to work? So we do that. So in your communities, if you are bringing together different schools together and you want us to come and share with them this information, especially at an early age, we are welcome to come and share with you in terms of the career awareness. The second program is the external bursary scheme of the Department of Agriculture. We offer bursaries for undergrads as well as postgrads. Our bursary, ladies and gentlemen, is not a bursary where we say a cap, our bursary is 80,000 or it's 100,000. No. Our bursary, it's a blank check. We pay what the institution charges. You'll agree with me, ladies and gentlemen, that veterinary science is only offered at the University of Pretoria in this country. It's a 6-year course with a minimum of 200,000 per annum per person. So, if we need to have young people from previously disadvantaged, you can't come and say our bursary pays only 80,000, because they will never make it. There is 200,000. But if a student is going to go and do soil science and agronomy at Zululand or at University of Limpopo, everything all included is 100,000. So you see, you can't keep it at 100. So wherever you go, we pay what the university charges. We have careers like your bioresources engineering. Bioresources engineering, for the better part, it was only offered at the University of KwaZulu-Natal. Only. You won't find it in any other university. It's only this year that the University of Free State has come into the picture to offer bioresources engineering. We give bursaries for that as well. Now, our bursary, we make sure that it stays quite a long time in the domain. Our advert was published in May this year and is going to close the 30th of September. It was put up in all digital platforms of the department. It's there in our website. We also have brochures and everything that talks to the bursary, how you can apply and so forth. Now that you are now a graduate, you have completed. Remember, if I may give you with an example from a student who went to a college of agriculture. Remember, a student who goes to a college of agriculture, the student wants to become a farmer. But you'll agree with me that if you go to Elsenberg College of Agriculture, the practical part from the farm is very strong. But a student who go to Madzivandila College of Agriculture in Limpopo, you may find that they only have one cow. Now, The student graduates, but he's not strong to can start to run a farm. Then what do we do as a department? The first graduate placement program that we have is the Agri-Export Technologies Program. We implement this program together with the PPCB, the Perishable Product Export Board of South Africa. This is a board that is responsible for all perishable products that are exported. So now, we put young people there in a pack house in Limpopo or in Cape Town or wherever, where these cartons of fruits that, remember the fruits that we get here in South Africa, it's not the good grade. Good grades, you'll only meet them when you are overseas. You'll even be surprised to say, oh, is this orange coming from South Africa? Big, fresh ones. Now, these young people are trained to become export technologists. They are the ones who are responsible to ensure that the packaging, in the cold storage, in the containers, the sugar level from when it was picked up in the farm throughout the whole month in the sea until it lands that side. They track the sugar content and everything so that when it lands there, it's still the quality that is needed. So we train graduates in that particular area. The second graduate placement program is the one that I touched a little bit when I was talking about students from colleges of agriculture. Now, we then say these young people from universities as well as colleges of agriculture who want to get into farming, we're going to help them like this. One, we're going to place them in commercial farms for 2 years. So if you have done animal production, you will be placed in an animal production farm for 2 years so that you grasp the practical that is needed. If you have done plant production, you will be placed in a big commercial farm responsible for plant and vegetables so that we close the gap in terms of the practicals. But because agriculture is a business, being strong only on primary agriculture is not enough. During their participation for 2 years, we also registered them for a tailor-made business and entrepreneurial development program. So that when they leave in 2 years, from the practical side, they are strong. From the business side, marketing and everything, they are strong. Now, when they finish 6 months before they complete their program, they must ensure that they have developed a bankable business plan on what they want to do. Because remember, you shouldn't do a business plan to target funding from government. You should do a business plan that can pass the test of time, even if you submit it to Standard Bank, the agribusiness wing of a bank or whatever. Now, as a department, we have, if you are going to the, yes. Go to the last one. I'll come back to this one so that I link them quickly. The last one. The one that talks to CASP, Comprehensive Agricultural Support Program, is the last but one slide. Move. I'll come. Yes. Now, Comprehensive Agricultural Support Program, ladies and gentlemen, it is a grant. It's not a loan. It is a grant. It's a 2 billion per annum grant. Right? Now, all the young people who are aspiring or they are busy with some little corner at home there, it's very important that you access CASP. CASP is a comprehensive agricultural support program which consists of 6 core pillars. You will be assisted in terms of on and off infrastructure. Let's say you're a young person running some 200 layers at home. Remember, if you got 200 layers at home, you are guaranteed 200 eggs per day. You know, you eat some, you sell some. Now you want to expand. You can apply to CASP and say, I'm applying to have a 10,000 capacity layers. I'll need a fence, I'll need a borehole, I'll need this. Quoted business plan. You submit it, and then you are funded. But remember, we implement this program under the guidance of the Division of Revenue Act from Treasury. National Department of Agriculture is a transferring officer. The programs are implemented in various provinces. So every province is apportioned its budget for the year. So the application, they normally open during this time, July, August, depending on the province. You apply through your province, you go through their criteria. Once your business plan meet their requirements, they will then come to the department and present those business plans. And once they are approved, then you get the funding. The last one that I can talk about, colleagues, is the international training programs, where we have bilaterals and trilaterals. You can go back 3 slides back, and trilaterals with overseas companies, China and so forth. They make available exchange training programs, 2 weeks sometimes. Those are the short courses. We advertise every time. We contact young people, commodity organization. You can access such short courses. We also have some grants in terms of scholarships that are fully funded. We also help young people in terms of that. Sometimes there are also conferences. I remember 2 years ago, there's a young person who was placed in a farm where they deal with rabbit production. And then there was a conference in rabbits in China. And then the young person needed to be assisted with flights and everything to attend the conference. We help based on the programs that we have. Maybe I may not take go further for now. You can take out the last slide, which shows you in terms of all the programs, who can you contact. But we have a stand there with all the pamphlets. Thank you very much.
A round of applause, please. The youth of 2026, the ball is really on our court. The information has been provided. If there's anything you won't go home without, is the information on how to better your life. Again, all they can do is to advise and to tell you where the opportunities are, but you are the one to make the final decision on whether you want to pursue those opportunities or not. Whether you want to then access and better your life, or you want to just end up on the street just doing. But I hope when we are saying we can and we will, we are going to then change our lives for the better. Come next year, June, another youth month, we're gonna come back with better stats on how we have bettered our lives and we have turned our lives around. With that, I'm going to allow the podium for questions. I'm going to take 3 in total. My say there at the back, my second say at the back, again, another say here. So with the mic, we have one here. Please indicate by raising your hand so that they can see you. We have 3 gentlemen, one here, second row, and the other one at the back. We're going to go in that succession, starting with the gentleman at the back. Please stand up, introduce yourself, and then pose your question, preferably one question. Over to you, my good sir. Project with your Use your voice. Can you please project with your own voice? It's working now.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Mokgotsi Thapelo, locally here in Rustenburg, in a small place, sub-district, small place called Costea. I wanted to ask if Department of Agriculture fund you to further your studies. It's a bursary, right? So after graduating, you don't pay using money, you pay by the rule of working back, right? So I wanted to ask, what are the chances of being employed after doing the payback, which is working back? Thank you.
Okay, a round of applause, please. We're going to move to the gentleman just here, the third row from the front. Stand up, introduce yourself, and then pose your question.
Good morning, good day. Greetings once more. My name is Ndemi Vincent Mongonyana. Let me go straight to the question, sir. My dear sir, thank you for coming. Thank you for coming, sir. Regarding the external bursary, my question is regarding my work as well. One thing that we also have identified about agricultural sciences, it includes that it won't only be a theory, but a practical that also either improves or helps. So in that manner, my directory of statement here is that what kind of help can the Department of Agriculture help such local or small businesses to further what the agricultural have for the community? Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. A round of applause. Okay, the last one.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Toto Sibinda from Taung in the Dutch district of Lokhabeng. I'm a young farmer. So my question is going to be how I'm going to apply for CASP. Because I'm a young farmer who is having 1 hectare farm where I crop, and I'm also having a backyard poultry with the capacity of 150 broilers.
Thank you very much. You remind me of my teaching days. If they ask a question in class and you are not so sure, you say, good question from the floor. You already, psychologically, you tell them that you know the answer, even if you don't know. Thank you. Our bursary, it's a grant, it's not a loan, right? That's the first part. And secondly, you will see the field of studies that I have raised, some of them. Let's look at one of them, example, viticulture and oenology, winemaking. We are supporting young people in this area to address the skewed participation which was there in the sector. Because you can't find young person from Ukahlamba district in the space. Are you with me? So now, when we assist you to become a winemaker, the department does not do wine. We are preparing you for the sector, not for appointment by the department. I need to correct that as well. 2, for an example, if you do and we give you a bursary to do food science and technology, are you with me? We don't have agro-processing firms in the department. Mara, there is McCain food there. There is Woolworths all over. We want to have young people from previously disadvantaged communities to participate in that sector. Of course, some of them, for an example, veterinary science, the department may not appoint the 30 students that were funding for the vet because the department national, it's about regulation and framework. You may find that we only need 3-4 vets to do compliance issues. But the real vet is down on the ground. You go to Chalma, Abattoir, Karen Beef, for an example. They slaughter 2,000 to 3,000 cattle per day. On site, on the line, there must be an animal health who certify meat as it is passing. There must be a vet as well. So we're preparing you to take that space that was not available for young people from previous advantage. So that's what we do. But our bursary, it's a grant. When you finish, you don't owe us anything. We're preparing you to take the rightful place on the ground. The other question was about, I'm running a farm in Taung, if I'm not mistaken. Now, of course, if you are already running a farm, you can't abandon the farm and go and start the degree. You hear what I'm saying? And I'll say maybe next time when we come, we must also invite our line function sitter, which is agri-sitter. Because now they have short courses that got 70% and 30%, or learnerships that are 70% practical and 30% theory. So if you are in broiler, you can do a short course on broiler production, short course on OHS in terms of safety. So we have those add-on courses, but they are not done by the national department. They are done by our line function sitter. So those courses are available. CASP application, very, very important. But remember, when we come to CASP, remember we have on the farm infrastructure. So if we come and erect the fence, do borehole, land ownership is very important. You see now. But if you say it's a 1 hectare that belongs to my father, we have a title deed there, and then they attach you to it, it's easy to make it. Or you go to the chief, you get a PTO, permission to occupy, and then you can be funded. Or even if you get a lease from a person who got the farm and say, I'm leasing Philemon this farm for 20 years, then those things are very, very important. Now, the application, like I've indicated, is done at provincial level. Now, there's a person there that I've put, but I can take you offline as well, so that I can help you, so that immediately Northwest put up its call for proposal to come. We're able to conscientize you to say Northwest is out, because they advertise on different times. But they start from now, July, August, until around October, because they must do assessment, and early next year in February, they come to national for final approval, so that in April, those which are successful, they get their funding, and then that starts. Thank you very much.
A round of applause, please. So I hope my fellow youth who are passionate about agriculture, are in agriculture, have their questions answered. They have been made to know where the opportunities are lying. Like he said, there is a stand outside exhibition. Should you need more information, go there and ensure that you don't go home with your questions that are not answered. Moreover, you can engage with him to ensure that you have all the information that you require. If anything, these past 2 days have been packed with different fields. They have been packed with even youth themselves that are in entrepreneurs, and leaders that are even in employment, because there's an understanding that not everyone is going to be in business. To answer how to make sure that as you live here, how do you make yourself to be employable? For the people that are in businesses, how to ensure that your business is able to stand and be profitable and scalable. So I hope as we leave here, we live with that information. And it's not just information that we sit with, but information that we're going to ensure that we implement and is going to change our lives. With that, we're going to now hear from the Youth Opportunities with the Department of Land Reform and Rural Development. Let's put our hands together as we welcome Mr. Mabanyisi to come to the podium and to tell us about the opportunities that are lying within their department. A round of applause, please. As we wait, it looks like Mr. Mabanyisi is still putting together his slides. There is a part about the second chance metric program for those who are looking to then take their studies forward. That was delivered by Dr. Mapile yesterday. So I hope in terms of that, the ones that are looking to go back to school, you ensure that with the details that are provided, you continue to then register and ensure that the education that you're supposed to get is furthered and is provided for. With that, okay. I've been notified to then allow the podium from the guys from SANS about the blood. They want to talk to us as the youth about the significance of our participation in that streamlining to ensure that the lives are saved. And there's that provision of the blood, the different blood types that we have, that is then provided. Please come to the podium so you're able to talk to the youth about the significance of them donating blood and ensuring that we are participating in that regard. A round of applause, please, as they come to the podium.
Good afternoon to the Minister, the Deputy Minister, protocol observed. I'm Relebogile Musadi Matshego from Rustenburg Branch, South African National Blood Services. I've been a donor for the past 36 years. I'm here with me with the donor relations practitioner. We are here to talk about blood. In short, I'm being given very, very short time. The youth of 1976 left us a legacy of the right to education without Africans. Our message today is that the youth of today, you leave a legacy of ending the blood shortage in South Africa by saving lives. We need you as the youth of South Africa to come and donate. We are old. I'm 61 years of age right now. I've donated up to 125. You can times that by 3, and that will tell you how many lives thus far I have saved. I'm going to also refer you to the incident that happened here in Rustenburg 3 years ago in Impala, where we lost some of the lives, some were crippled. Those people were saved by the blood that we donate. My story, I lost a husband in 2018 because of throat cancer. But for the 4 years that he sustained after diagnosis, he was saved because of blood donation. So we are saying, as and when you are posting on social media, please post literally by saving lives, by coming and donate blood. In Rustenburg, we are at Rustenburg Square, at Life Square. The South African National Blood Services are there. So please come and donate. I'm going to give over to the DRP.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Dinyeko Mate. Deputy Minister, I acknowledge your presence and greetings to you all. I know I have only 2 minutes. I'm just quickly want to demystify some of the stereotype misconception that people have about blood donation. And maybe before I do that, let me tell you who can and cannot donate quickly. So for you to donate for the first time, you need to be between 16 to 75. So I'm saying for the first time, you can continue donating after the age of 75, provided you are not donating for the first time. I hope that is clear. In terms of weight, even though you are above 16, you need to be at least 50 kgs and above. And that's a criteria that you have to pass. You will go through a screening before you get to donate. If you smoke, dacha, cigarette, habli, and snuff, you can donate. There's nothing wrong with that. If you skip the line, you go to cocaine, crystal, and the likes, you will not be allowed to donate, unfortunately. And the last thing, if you allow me, Program Director, is to maybe clarify on the current vaccination that you have for HIV. There are two terminologies I want to speak to. One is called PrEP, one is called PEP. So PrEP meaning pre-exposure prophylaxis, and PEP being post-exposure prophylaxis. The treatment that you are taking is regarded as a pre-exposure prophylaxis, which will last for about 6 months in your blood. That means for that 6 months, you will not be able to donate. And if you're going to take another dosage after that 6 months, then that essentially says you'll not be able to donate for as long as you're on that medication. I just wanted to make that clear. In saying that, I want to urge and advise and encourage you guys to please come through and save a life by donating blood. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Mama. They will come to you. The request is, should you have questions for the presentation that has been given, they are sitting at the back. Please ensure that you go to them so that all your questions are answered. And thank you so much for that knowledge regarding the donation of blood. So with that, we are going to call upon ADDG for Community Development to give the remarks as well as the introduction of the Deputy Minister. Let's put our hands together for Mr. Alpha Mahlako as he ascends the stage.
Deputy Minister of the Department of Social Development, my colleagues from DSD, SASA, NDA, other government departments, all the presenters for today, and our youth. Good afternoon. Remember, I stood before you a day before yesterday, declaring that I am young. Now, my youth days are coming to an end today. From tomorrow, I'm going back to my real age. But you really made us feel young. I was so impressed with your discipline, your cooperation from the first day. We have not heard of any drama, and we want to thank you for that. There was a slogan here on the first day where you said the future is bright. And from the presentations that we have received up to now, we can see that the future is bright. The future can only be bright if you take these opportunities, guys. We would be so disappointed if you go back home and you remain the same. After all these presentations, I really wish I was able to go back to my youthful days. I would go into the space of defense and leave a very, you can see when she passes next to you, that lady, she smells money. So you also have to venture into that space. If you remain poor from today, that's your responsibility. You must take responsibility for that. Deputy Minister, this was one of the most successful Youth Month commemorative event. The event was opened by the minister. It is now going to be closed by the Deputy Minister. It has never happened. You are the most lucky youth. Now, the question that I'm asking myself as I'm sitting there is, how will you become ambassadors of this youth summit? How will you become ambassadors of this youth summit? The information that you have gained today, will you be able to take it back to youth that are not here? Please do us that favor, because we can't have everybody under one roof at the same time. So if you could go back and be our ambassadors, engage these colleagues that have made presentations and invite them. If you are not able to invite them directly, please communicate with us. We will coordinate those sessions where they come and present to the youth that are not here. Yeah, let me do what I'm supposed to do. I am going to introduce to you our Deputy Minister. He's the Deputy Minister of the Department of Social Development. I don't qualify to introduce him, so I am breaking the protocol. But it's because of the reasons beyond our control. So I'm going to read out his profile to you, so that when he comes and speaks to you, you know who is speaking to you. Honorable MGE Hendricks was born and raised in Cape Town's District 6 and currently the leader of Al Jamaa Party, a political party that he founded during early 2007. He schooled in Cape Town, and at the University of Western Cape, he completed a BA honors in industrial psychology. During the 1970s to the 90s, Honorable Hendricks participated in anti-apartheid activities. Amidst that, he taught at schools and UWC. He was inspired, guided, and supported by his dear mother, who was a dedicated activist in the community and in the political arena. This highlighted the bond that was forged between mother and son. What one should know is that Honorable Hendricks was a leading member of the Free Mandela campaign, and he was also the vice chairperson of the Forum for Black Journalists. Besides DM's mother, Honorable Hendricks was also inspired by his great-grandfather, Ozir Ali, who was an influential socio-political figure during the ANC early years of the 1900s. The latter statue, alongside other early political personalities, everyone will see outside Cape Town as Canal Walk. Honorable Hendricks worked in the corporate sector, where he was with Nestle and later worked for NASPAS and MWEP. When he was with MWEP, it was in 2002, awarded the Pioneer of the Internet. Apart from these companies, Honorable Hendricks served as a General Secretary of the Union for Workers with Sensory Disabilities. Alongside this, he even served as a cricket manager in the non-racial sports union. And during the mid-1990s, he volunteered to be an anchor on Radio 786, where he demonstrated his knowledge and skills as an industrial relation specialist. As a result of hard work and leading his party, Honorable Hendricks was appointed a councillor of the city of Cape Town, and thereafter he succeeded to gain a seat in Parliament during the early 2019. At the end of June 2024, Honorable Hendricks was invited by our Honorable President Ramaphosa to join the Government of National Unity. Honorable Hendricks is one of the GNU Leaders Forum. He's readily accepted the President's kind invitation, and along with the former minister, they were sworn in as the ministry of the deputy of, in the ministry as deputy minister of the Department of Social Development. The DM is now driving DSD along with the newly appointed minister, Dinapule. You know Dinapule, ne? You saw her, ne? Mention should be made of the fact that Honorable Hendricks, as DSDDM, takes charge of significant DSD delegations, and these were handed over to him by the former minister, and they are families and parenting, older persons, persons with disabilities, substance abuse, HIV and AIDS. In addition to that, he is tasked by our Honorable President Cyril Ramaphosa to be the district development model champion in the city of Johannesburg. DM also serves on two key ministerial cluster committees. The one is on social protection, community and human development. At the end of June 2026, the higher health sector tied to higher education. DM joined the gender-based violence joined the gender-based violence technical task team. Prior to this, DM was inducted as a patron of the National Men's Parliament. And as a result of this appointment, DM set up the Boys Parliament. So that is the long profile of our deputy minister, and I am going to request you, the youth, to stand up as we welcome the deputy minister to the podium. Over to you, DM.
You can sit down. Program Director, the Minister of Social Development, Ms. Dina Puli, in absentia. And I'm very happy that we have a minister that shows that she is very concerned about our youth. And after being sworn in, her first job was to come here to Rustenburg and spend time with you. I think our minister deserves a round of applause. So we have quite a long list, but I would like to then say all protocol observed. Greetings to the youth of South Africa, here from various provinces. Ladies and gentlemen, you heard that I got an award as a pioneer of the internet in 2002. So if it wasn't because of me, you would not have had WhatsApp. You would not have had Twitter. You would not have had the internet. So you must, a round of applause for the DM. I hope I will have opportunity to tell you how we created millions of jobs via the internet. At the turn of the century, the apartheid government didn't want the internet to be introduced into South Africa, and many corporate companies also held back because the internet, as you know today, is a revolutionary opportunity, especially for young people, to sow their mettle. You've already heard the program, one of the program directors indicate that the young people, they are the people that is introducing revolutionary software development that is changing the lives of so many people. We are celebrating 50 years of the uprising in Soweto. And on that particular day, hundreds of learners in primary schools, high schools in Soweto and surrounding areas were massacred. I have seen how they were massacred. The photographer Peter Magubani, he handed me 2,000 photographs to show the struggle of learners in primary school and high school. And if you look at every photograph, you will cry. After going through the 2,000 photographs, I'm also a publisher, heading an African publishing house with Christine Kunta. After going through the 2,000 photographs, I cried 2,000 times. So that particular struggle, we must acknowledge. And it is 50 years that we are going to celebrate it, but the government of national unity, we just don't want to celebrate the 50 years on June the 16th, 2026. We want to celebrate it every month. So we had a celebration on June 2026, and it's now July, and this is the next celebration. So the celebration is not just, like I said earlier on, June 2026, it's every month, and Rustenburg is taking the lead. The youth of Rustenburg and those who came from Polokwane, from Limpopo, Free State, they are going to keep the memory of the struggle of the youth of 1976 alive. And over there's an event that is going to happen in May next year, before we celebrate the 51st year. So you can see there are already plans ahead to show and tell the youth, thank you very much. Because it was because of the struggles of the youth in 76 that we enjoy the freedoms that we enjoy today. But we want more freedoms. And that's why you are here. So we have political opportunities for political freedom, which is also being threatened, as there are other countries that wants a regime change in South Africa. We already have one province that wants to be a country on their own, and another province knocking on the door, they also want to be a country on their own. So I will say that the youth that are here today, you are our hope for the future. So that the memory of what was done in 1976 doesn't go away. So it is all about getting the youth to take the lead, so those of us who were disenfranchised after getting opportunities for political power will now get economic power. So don't look down on the things that we are doing. So as a young person, if I have 30 egg-laying chickens and they lay an egg every day, I earn 90 Rand a day. I sell that 30 eggs. And you know, I don't know if you know this, many of you, it takes 9 months to produce you. That's hard work. But a chicken lays an egg every day for 2 to 3 years. That is harder work than producing geniuses like you. But you can make money if you grasp the opportunity and you've heard that the opportunities that are available. Imagine you have 100 egg-laying chickens. Every day, you collect 3,000 Rand. And just do the numbers, how much money you would have earned at the end of the month. And it's the hen that does the work, lays the eggs. All you do, you pick it, you sell it, and you pocket the money. So the opportunities that are available that we've heard today, I think you must please grab it. We spoke about the internet. We heard some exciting opportunities in the defense industry. Every one of you need to be trained how to manufacture a missile. We need missiles to protect our country. But I want to share with you what our Deputy President did. Our Deputy President has opened the doors for space technology. So he launched and supported a company that uses satellite internet. So in the rural areas, you know, you don't have connection. You can buy a phone with a little antenna on it, pointed to the sky, and then you have internet. And you can WhatsApp, you can Twitter, and you can find a boyfriend or a girlfriend using that particular phone. But don't be too much impressed with and we're already using satellite internet in 500 clinics in rural areas. We started during COVID, and they're still operating using the internet to access health services. So what the deputy president is passionate about is for South Africa to have its own satellite. We can't share satellite with other countries. We need our own satellite. So the challenge on all of you is to build satellites for South Africa. So when I started with dabbling in the internet, we never imagined that it would create so many revenue streams. One of the revenue streams that I recruited nearly 50 people was artificial intelligence. After 6 months, they couldn't come up with a revenue stream because you can't start anything if there's not money to be made. So internet banking made money, online shopping made money, online newspapers made money. But artificial intelligence, in 2002, the best minds in the country could not come up with a revenue stream. So I want you to remember that. Now we have artificial intelligence being the talk of the town. But I can tell you that many companies are still battling to find their revenue streams. How do you make money out of artificial intelligence? So these are some of the challenges we are now giving to the youth. Thank you. So please don't tell me or government that we're putting a heavy burden on you to lead the country. The use of 76, when they started to change things in South Africa, it wasn't a burden of them. They were even prepared to give their lives. And you must also be prepared to do the equivalent going forward. It is more than a privilege that I'm standing before you to close the Youth Summit under the theme Reset at 50. Our national commitment to the future for freedom lives in every generation. The theme has been adopted into an annual approach with the slogan, our national commitment to the future for freedom lives in every generation. As a result, for duration of this year, we will be focusing on partnership for skills, jobs, and youth development. I just want to deviate a bit. We've got the Intercontinental African Trade Initiative that we've been working on for 10 years to remove the borders in Africa so communities from the 54 countries can trade with one another. The international African trade is not meant for the big corporates like MTN and Standard Bank. It is meant for you. And you need to start networking with young people in all the African countries so that you can do business with them. Last week, we settled the commitment to improve the roads, all the roads in Africa, so that it can be a trade route where you can use the road to reach whatever country you want in Africa. It used to be Cape to Cairo, it is now Algeria to Cape. So the research has shown that when the Intercontinental Continental Trade is signed by all our leaders in Africa, Africa will have 7 years of prosperity. And after that seven years, all of you will be billionaires. Already today, 42% of our exports is with African countries, not America or Britain, it's with African countries. So we already have the infrastructure. We already have the relationships with many African countries. So young people must grasp the opportunity to promote the intercontinental African trade. Why? You can sell your chickens to Tunisia. If you're in Cape Town at the southern tip, you can sell your chickens to Tunisia at the northern tip. So there's lots of opportunities. The summit coincides with the celebration of President Nelson Mandela, a global icon who played an imperative role of ensuring that a country transitioned from apartheid to democracy. In the past 2 days, you had engagements, panel discussions, master classes with our partners, and social development portfolio, which comprise our entities, SASA and NDA. This year marks half a century milestone since the 1976 youth uprisings, one of the defining moments in South Africa's liberation struggle and democratic journey. We had the treason trial, the Ravonia trial, but people were jailed and couldn't move forward. But 76, the treason and Ravonia trial was in the 60s. In 1976, while our youth were killed and had to go as South African migrants to different countries. And I want to talk to you about Mozambique. Because they supported the youth of 1976, 900,000 people in Mozambique were killed by the apartheid regime. The infrastructure in the economy was destroyed. So that's why Mozambique today operates on 20% of the potential GDP, because they supported the youth of 1976. And because they did that, they were targeted by the apartheid regime. So Mozambique would have been the economy today would have been 10 times stronger, but they decided that they need to support South African youth. I just want you to remember that. An occasion of this nature befits the current generation to honor courage, resilience, and sacrifices of the young people who stood up against injustice and contributed into shaping of youth of our country bravely took to the streets to fight for, amongst others, fundamental rights of choice, freedom of movement, education, and identity. They also fought one day to make money to be prosperous. That was at the back of their mind. To make lots and lots of money, to be prosperous, to leave behind generational wealth for their children. So the baton has been passed on to you here in Rustenburg, and you came from all parts of South Africa. Please don't drop the baton. Finish the race, and I look forward to cheering when you finish the race. Their bravery bestows more responsibility to the current youth who are faced with triple challenge of poverty, unemployment, and inequality. The multiple social ills of teenage pregnancy, the spirits of HIV/AIDS, and I'm going to a conference in Brazil in the next week or two to get an update on what we need to do, because young people are still dying of AIDS. We've now introduced a 6-month injection because people are lazy to take their tablets every day. Very lazy people, especially the men. So we need to find ways and means, and we now have the 6-month injection to make sure that you don't die of AIDS and it. As the youth, you must confront and defeat these socioeconomic challenges. This commemoration has enabled us to showcase the extent of our collaboration with stakeholders for the benefit and development of youth. We appreciate the contribution of partners such as KfW Development Bank, and I was in Tanzania to see what kind of work they are doing and how the youth are benefiting. They fund the skills development program in community care centers. Through this program, young people have started enterprising, including cell phone repair businesses, participated in agricultural learnerships, and acquired land for farming. If you approach your induna with a business plan, they will give you a piece of land and a certificate. Just go to the trouble of speaking to your induna, speaking to princesses, speaking to the men. It's easy to get. Is the easiest thing today. We have the land, but you are too lazy to approach your induna and go through the processes and acquire the land. Don't tell me there's no land available. I've seen in the Eastern Cape and in KZN that when you approached the induna and the community then endorses, they have tribal councils. It's the easiest thing in the world in South Africa to get a piece of land. You must just ask your induna, ask your headman, follow the processes. The skills development program also presented young people with national and international opportunities, including training in Shanghai. When you go to Shanghai, you must learn to eat all kinds of insects. So that is a new cuisine that you can be introduced to. You'll also appreciate the frogs and all the kinds of insects that they have. But I'm sure you're more interested in getting the skills. So you gain skills that have opened doors, expanded possibilities, and built confidence. We also appreciate the impact made by young people who have participated in departmental programs. We encourage the young people to use the knowledge and skills to seek employment and to create business opportunities. The HIV/AIDS pandemic has threatened the development gains made towards improving the lives of South African citizens. The 3 days of this commemoration led to the launch of the youth commemoration, including the launch of the skills development programs by the German Development Bank. The first day brought interesting conversation and thought-provoking content as all of you were encouraged to reflect on why youth planners, programmers, and funders for youth development must embrace development over welfareism. You can't live on grants. You must get dividends, not grants. You must have businesses that get dividends and become rich. So, as one of the leaders of the Leaders Forum of the government of Nasser Unity, we have a challenge with the basic income grant. We committed by 2030 to make sure that no South African has less than 1,000 rand in their pocket every month. At the moment, it's 370. And our economy needs to grow so we can afford the 1,000 rand a month in 2030. But our president has put up some challenges and he said, I don't want to support giving money to buy more food. The extra 600 rand or 700 rand that we would like to give, make sure every South African has by 2030 in terms of the United Nations Sustainable Goals. And I was supposed to attend a session this morning to get an update. And also the National Development Plan. It is very strong commitments. The president says that 600 rand must be used to assist people to get sustainable livelihoods. So I want to know, do we every month ask SASSA to give you the 1,000 rand? Or is there a way that if you can't get access to university or employed and you're unemployed, isn't there a way to make sure that you use that money to create a sustainable livelihood and not to use that 600 man and play the lotto? So these are some of the challenges we have. You know, no country, we give a grant from the cradle until you are 18. And then we expect you to get a job or to study to earn a livelihood. You can't expect your country to continue giving you a grant till you die. So that's why we say we must embrace development over welfareism. Indeed, this summit presented an appropriate moment for robust engagements. Hence, for 3 days, our energies and time was invested in empowering the youth and impart knowledge, business and skills-related opportunities. The program was packed with youth empowerment programs, which expose you to masterclasses, knowledge sets, and information on available opportunities, which I believe added to investment in knowledge and skills. The summit glanced at youth resilience in programs and business. I hope that the knowledge and exposure to hands-on introduction to artificial intelligence, tools for productivity and innovation, digital sovereignty in Africa, that's why we must have our own satellite, practical steps towards ownership in the digital economy. So a special appreciation to our partner, AB4IR. I think give them a round of applause. Our envisaged plans were achieved through a goal of contributing to your development as you leave the summit with a different perception to transform the mind and create opportunities. Some of you may even go and buy 30 chickens so you can earn 90 Rand every day. Ladies and gentlemen, since the dawn of democracy, our country has evolved while as a nation we rose and conquered challenges. We continue to face challenges, including poverty levels, collapse in some businesses, unemployment, and other ills as gender-based violence. Let me talk on gender-based violence because I'm co-chair the Technical Committee on Gender-Based Violence on behalf of the Deputy President. I went to a conference last year, also in Brazil, on alcoholism, and the best minds from South Africa presented papers at that conference. And the conference concluded on a very important statement that the cause of gender-based violence is alcohol. If you remove alcohol from South Africa and it's a dry country, there won't be gender-based violence. So you must choose. Are we going to have our dop, like they say in Afrikaans, and continue to get men to harm women? Or are the men and South Africans prepared to say no more alcohol, so there is no more gender-based violence? I was shocked last week when the Human Rights Commission gave a report to say that gender-based violence starts in our primary schools, in our high schools. And when they go to university and college, they continue that trade. It's a trade. It's like being a soccer player. You want to score goals. You harm women and children in primary school and high school, and you continue that at university and colleges. So I attended another briefing with an organization called Higher Health. The Department of Higher Education gives them R1 billion to stop the 2 million women on campus and colleges from being harmed by men and by boys. So that's why I started the Boys Parliament all over the country, and we were in Piketberg on Monday and Tuesday. So alcohol is a great challenge, and the young people must, young people stood up against Afrikaans. You must stand up against alcohol. I know he's asking too much because, you like your beer. So I've written to the Minister of Trade and Industries and to the Treasury that if there's more than 2.5% alcohol in the beer, tax them 10 times more. So for a start, let's drink beer less than 2.5% alcohol in it. You see, the more alcohol, the more kick you get. But those who harm women, they must get a kick. Ladies and gentlemen, since the dawn of democracy, our country has evolved. While as a nation we rose and conquered challenges at our doorstep, we continue to face challenges within our communities, and we need the youth to take the lead to address that. In the decisive efforts to empower our youth, the task ahead is the need for all stakeholders in youth development to work together and support, empower, and enable the youth through relevant intervention. This includes knowledge and skills transfer. To the different sectors and the stakeholders we have here today, we need to continue with supporting the youth in sustainable programs secure jobs and other economic opportunities to enable the improvement of life circumstances as individuals, also within households and communities. Youth in our country remain the most vulnerable group in the labor market. As government, particularly the Department of Social Development, we remain concerned about the increasing number of unemployment levels that contribute towards youth poverty, hunger, and other vulnerabilities. We have and continue exploring partnerships with different stakeholders to share available opportunities. The Department of Social Development portfolio must work together to ensure continued support for young people through access to SASSA grants, NDA funding, DSD programs, and interventions such as the Indela, the Pathways program, and provincial youth development initiatives. The department at both national, provincial level, and also municipal level must continue working with partners such as the National Youth Development Agency, the Department of Women, Youth, and Persons with Disabilities, and stakeholders such as AB4IR to empower young people. In doing so, the department will be better positioned to develop policy interventions that empower young people. My word of courage to you, young people. I'm 77, but I look younger than many of the men here. The word of courage to you, young people, is that you must not give up on your dream and aspirations. Continue to work smart and hard in grabbing opportunities as you take stock and reflect on what you have learned during the course of the 3 days. And I told you we are going to nag you to death every month now. Young people, we are going to confront you every month to commemorate the 50 years of a struggle, to remind you to get into getting jobs, creating opportunities, and to get dividends and become prosperous. We want all of you to be prosperous. The department commits to continue working with various stakeholders and partners to upscale youth programs. Our minister hit the ground running by showing her support for our youth and coming to Rustenburg in spite of a lot of commitments. Even commitments of the United Nations, he chose to come here. We urge private and public institutions and organizations to have the same desire of development. If you cannot provide support to youth development program or business, may you provide job opportunities for the youth or invest in their education. Some of the young work seekers, young upcoming entrepreneurs are not well educated and do not possess sufficient skills and previous work experience as demanded by the economy. Our economy demands skilled and experienced work seekers, which makes it difficult and reduces chances for young people to have sustainable programs, businesses, find employment, which ultimately results in some loss of hope. To address the challenge of youth unemployment, government developed programs and interventions aimed at empowering young people through skills development, entrepreneurial, and enabling access to digital technologies. These programs include, amongst others, the Presidential Youth Employment Intervention, which connects youth to earning and learning opportunities, the National Youth Service offering paid community service opportunities, and the NYDA grant programs for youth-owned businesses guided by the National Youth Policy 2030. The department is implementing youth empowerment programs. We continue to commit to effective implementation of the national policy and the DSD youth policy with 6 priorities that enable us to monitor the impact of our programs towards improvement of the quality of life for the youth. Key amongst these is quality youth skills development, second chances, volunteerism, and repositioning youth development in the economic transformation, job creation, and social entrepreneurship. Such enables the department to prepare our young people for access to opportunities. There are many youth who have disabilities. I was the secretary of a trade union for 10 years to assist people with sensory disabilities. And there are very many young people who have sensory disabilities. It is sad that 27% of South Africans are stunted. So that means more than 20% of our youth are stunted. And that's why we are looking at introducing a social grant benefit for while you are a baby in your mother's stomach. We are looking at that because when you are born, we want to make sure that during that 9 months, you got the nutritional needs that you needed to come out as a strong baby, because we don't want 27% of our babies born on Christmas to be stunted. It is unacceptable. We have to change that around. In closing, I'm very impressed about the work that has been done here this week, and wish you well as you apply the knowledge gained through the deliberations. Knowledge learned with the hope it shall enable you to explore how best you shall maximize youth potential for the benefit of South Africa and the world. The youth potential are here. No one can deny it. But we want the results. We want to see you collecting the eggs every morning and making money every day. That's what we want to see. With these words, as a Deputy Minister of Social Development, I believe that the future for the youth is now. And those who connected virtually shall also be recognized. Thank you very much.
On our feet as he ascends the stage. A round of applause once again. Thank you so much, Honorable Deputy Minister, for those words. And more than anything, as the youth, we have been given a task, or rather there is a request that has been made that we do not drop the baton now. The race was started back in 1976, 50 years ago. I'm sure many of us were not born by then. And we need to finish the race to ensure that the generation that is coming after us is coming to a better South Africa. Thank you once again, Honorable Deputy Minister. As we come towards or nearing the end of our program, if I knew how to sing, I was gonna sing a song. Let's go. Nancy, Isanayo. Let's stand and sing. Sasha Sapuma. Autandanani yo. Sasha Sapuma. You say Sanja. Ewe. Ausitanda ngempela. Ewe. Authanda nani yo, sasho sab, ewe. Authanda nani yo, sasha sab, ewe, ewe, ewe. round of applause, please. Ladies and gentlemen, as we conclude this National Youth Month Golden Jubilee commemoration, allow me to leave you with one thought. 50 years ago, young South Africans fought for the right to dream. Today, our responsibility is to ensure that every young person that has the opportunity to realize those dreams. Over the past 3 days, we have reflected, we have learned, we have connected, and most importantly, we have committed ourselves to building a better future. All of those talks, all of those motivations, all of those engagements, I believe they won't be in vain. And come next year, you promised me yesterday, it was a personal commitment to me that you made, that come next year, we're not going to be the same. Our lives are going to be different. Come next year, June, we're going to stand and we're going to have a better testimonials on how our lives have taken a turn. As we go to respective homes, we're going to impart the access, the knowledge to the fellow youth to ensure that all the knowledge and the skills are not only confined to the four walls of these rooms, and to even those who couldn't make it to this conference, as we would like you to. We have committed ourselves to building a better future. As you leave today, do not simply remember the conversations, act on them. Like I said, the graves remain the most richest place because of the dreams that a lot of people are dying without realizing and not even acting on them. And I hope that we will be rich as we are still alive, as we are the youth of 2026, as we go back home to ensure that all our dreams, all our hopes are realized. Pursue your dreams. Do not simply honor the legacy of 1976. Ensure that you live it in the everyday choices that you are making. Because the freedom won in 1976 is honored by what we choose to do with it in 2026. To the Department of Social Development, to our partners, our speakers, our exhibitors, and every delegate who has contributed to the success of this Golden Jubilee commemoration, I thank you. Travel safely, continue building, continue leading, continue believing, and together, let us ensure that South Africa's next 50 years are even greater than the last. So that in 50 years, we not only remember the 100 years of 1976, but we look back to the 50 years, which is 2026, and notice the difference we would have made with the choices that we are going to make as we live here today. From myself as your program director, please allow me to call Dr. Pearl to come and give us the announcements. But otherwise, thank you so much for with me and allowing me to be your program director. Let's go and change our lives. Thank you so much.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm not here to do much, but to thank this program director. She has carried us with diligence over the past 3 days. A young, vibrant a person who's brought to us through AB4IR. Thank you very much. You really kept us going over the past 3 days. Thank you very much for that. Code 14, Zulu. Okay, she was our program director, ladies and gentlemen. I think whatever I can say after this, let me take this opportunity to request for our deputy minister and our executives to be ushered out because we will have announcements in terms of our normal arrangements for food and all of that. But I do want us to release the Deputy Minister and release the ADG. And I would like also, as the Deputy Minister leaves the briefing room, that the speakers that spoke today, you as well join with the Deputy Minister for a cup of tea. All right. May we all rise, ladies and gentlemen, as the Deputy Minister leaves the room with the executives. Most importantly, before you go, Deputy Minister, we've had exhibitors. You know, we always make a mistake where exhibitors will diligently serve us over a period of 3 days, and they look forward to a deputy minister or minister stepping by just to see what they're doing. So I'd appreciate if you could also just, as you go to the briefing venue, that you just greet our exhibitors. They will really appreciate it. Can we give that a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen? If our speakers as well, Dr. Kools, thank you very much, colleagues. May you also just go along with the Deputy Minister. Wemtanam bobonga gonko kolayo. Akubongo ncane kubongo khulu. Emtanam bobonga gonko tolayo. Kubongo ncane kubongo khulu. Izandla ziyagezana. Kuyabo kubongo ncane kubongo khulu. Thank you very much. Smangele, if you can come and join with me as well, I think you will be speaking to the most important part of the time we're at now. The announcement is that we need to just make sure that we align with what she will be announcing to you in terms of eating arrangements, mainly because where we were eating before today, there is a conference. So they are using the dining hall as a conference facility. So if we can also just go to, Ataba 1 and 2 using a route that will not interfere with what's happening there, it will be appreciated. I'll give over to Smangele for final details. Thank you.
Sanbanan, can you sit down? Nekrandi? Ne right? Ne right? Thank you. Before I make the last announcement, I want to thank you for being a beautiful audience. I also want to thank you for the maximum participation that you have displayed. And as young people coming from youth NPOs, youth structures, and organizations in your provinces, please take whatever information that you got here and use it to make change in your communities. And on Tuesday, when we started, I requested that you become the agents of change. You become youth ambassadors. Please continue doing that. We really appreciate that as the Social Development National Youth Directorate, as well as our counterparts in the province. The work that you are doing makes our work as the national office and provincial youth directorate very easy, because we take you as an extension of the work that we do in communities. We cannot reach every other young people in communities, but because you are there in communities, you are doing that. We want to appreciate that. Okay, coming to what I've been asked to do.
as Dr. P has announced, that the dining hall is no longer available for us to have our lunch. You would have officials outside that will redirect you to Taba 1 and Taba 2, especially for those that are sleeping go overflow. You will be redirected there. And we are humbly requesting that you don't go through there, but immediately on your left, you take that route, and there will be officials that will be redirecting you to Taba 1 and Taba 2. The second one is that we request the Gauteng province delegation to leave first, because immediately after they've eaten, they have to go back to the overflow where they slept to collect their luggage. From there, they will hit the road to Gauteng. They are leaving today. Please, can we respect that Gauteng is going today? The second one would be the the Northwest province. I don't see any officials from Northwest, but I must say that I'm disappointed that as the host province, you are leaving us here, because some of us are leaving tomorrow, including other provinces. But I understand why you have to leave today. Some of your district officials are already here to collect you because you are going to different districts. That I understood, and we really appreciate you for being good host. So after Gauteng, it will be in Northwest, because immediately after lunch, Northwest hits the road as well. Then thirdly, it could be any other province. You would have your lunch, then you go to your rooms, or you can chill outside. Those who, like me, coming from Durban, you can go and swim if you are able to swim. Okay, no, I'm kidding, it's cold. But, no, did you bring your swimsuits? Thank you. So those are the only announcements that I wanted to make, but also thank you for being a beautiful audience. Namaste.